Who would do something like this?
Ryuki, you're going to play the fleeing culprit this time.
Terror used this elevator to bring Tokiko's right half into the room.
Tokiko. She said Nai's isn't a religious group. But this is clearly...
Kuruto Ryuki, you're being demoted to a police officer.
Tama, as long as you're with me, I can keep going.
How wholesome. Right, that's true. We did that puzzle last time that took me like a good 15 minutes to solve. I forgot about that. Tomaguchi, what kind of chocolate do you like? Bun de chocolate. Chocolate, yes. The bite-sized chocolate is fillings. Yep, we're right where we left off. To the garden. Wait, who the fuck are we gonna meet? Oh, we're gonna meet that. Wait, who? What? Who are we gonna meet at the garden again? I forgot. Who is this? It's someone's dad, I think. Isn't it?
Huh? Ryuki, why are you here?
To question people for the investigation. Why are you two here?
Kizzy comes here to play with the kids sometimes. She really loves kids. Yes, I find it quite soothing, and it energizes me. I'm just tagging along.
That makes sense. Mizuki could probably fit in with the kids pretty good.
I feel like I just got insulted. Mind if I kick your ass? Big Sis is quite popular with the children here. She played with them often when she was still living with Mr. Date as well.
Such cozy music. I see saw. I see seesaws. Jungle gym. A slide. You don't have anything to say about the sky? He's back and forth in a spring. Wow, really? Never would have guessed. At all. There's a big tree here. Hmm. Yeah, there really isn't that much to look at. Mizuki, she's looking around curiously. Can't even begin to imagine her taking care of children. It'll kick me if I say that. I'll keep it to myself.
So you want to get kicked?
Oh, what?
Your thoughts are written all over your face.
Whoops. Then she has a gentle smile on her face. What's Mr. Date, huh? How are you?
It's all right now, because I am here. Half might.
What?
You just seemed kind of quiet, so I thought maybe you weren't feeling well.
But I'm always like this. Though, now that you mention it, I guess my old leg wound is bothering me a bit.
Dot dot dot.
Wait, where are you looking, perv?
Huh? You brought it up.
Dot dot dot.
By the way, is that a bullet wound?
Yeah.
Doesn't it hurt?
No, not really. I got it 3 months ago, but I think the pain I felt inside was worse. Now I'll be scarred forever because of that bastard.
She's a tough girl. Mizuki. Also from the first game. Or getting shot in the leg. Shouldn't you be in school?
School's closed because of the flu. We won't have classes for a while.
Flu?
Then aren't you supposed to stay
What
at home?
flu?
A certain freeloader is at home all the time because he's on vacation. It was so annoying. I had to get outside.
She must mean Mr. Date.
Young girls have wills of their own.
What are you looking at?
Oh, nothing. Being here takes me back.
Misuki. Okay. You call Misuki Big Sis.
We did not get much of a chance to speak yesterday. For various reasons, I have been living with another girl since I was 9 years old.
Another girl? Not your relative.
No, we were not related by blood. We were the same age, but I referred to her as Big Sis. She was so beautiful, collected, and dependable. She was the spitting image of an older sister. There is something about Mizuki that reminds me of her.
I see. Beautiful and collected, huh?
Why does that look in your eyes offend me so much right now?
Is she not with you anymore?
When she turned 15, she was adopted. So, we do not live together any longer.
Closest with Mr. Date, huh?
Indeed, we have been quite close. Some time ago, when I nearly got in trouble with some delinquents in town, Mr. Date saved me. Since then, I have been showing my gratitude with home-cooked meals, or booking a hotel room for him if he is unable to go home for whatever reason.
Like when we got in a big fight and I kicked him out.
As we continue to interact, we have come to form a sort of mutually beneficial relationship.
You must like Mr. Date, Kizuna.
Yes, but merely as a friend.
She was pretty direct about it.
Yep. That old vibrating bed of a man would never be a viable romantic candidate.
I didn't get to ask the
what
last
is it you
question.
wish to discuss?
Father,
And who is this?
Mr. Ryuki from the police. He is investigating the HB case.
I see.
It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Kuruto Ryuki from the Metropolitan Police Department. May I ask you some questions?
That's fine, but I don't have much time. I would appreciate it if you're quick about it.
Such a fancy white suit. Is she looking at Mr. with concern? Misuki. Mr. Ricci Chieda, I presume.
Indeed I am.
An investor and founder of the Chieda Foundation. You're also the chief director of AYAYA and a major shareholder of Horodori Institute of Genetics, is that right?
And all of that has kept me quite busy. So, you already know all that about me. What more do you want me to say?
This guy's a piece of work. He obviously doesn't respect us.
I mean, he is one of the wealthiest people on Earth. A police officer is probably like an ant to him.
He doesn't have time for us. You know about the case?
Of course I know about it. One of the victims was from the research institute I invest in. I've suffered heavy losses because of it. It was quite the aggravating incident. As a citizen, I would like the police to resolve this problem as quickly as possible. Before they waste any more of our taxes, that is.
Ugh.
Really now. You have an alibi.
What were you doing 2 days ago? February 11th, around 8 p.m. And on February 9th, at 6 a.m.
What is that supposed to be? Confirming my alibi?
Yo.
Yes, well, it's only a formality.
I see the police have no problem wasting people's time. Well, fine. 2 days ago, I was having dinner with the Federation of Economic Organizations in Ginza. I was on a business trip on the 9th, and I stayed at a hotel in Kyoto.
Tama?
I just checked. He's telling the truth. He was spotted on surveillance cameras in each location.
About Jin.
Jin Furroway. You mean the first victim? Of course I know of him. In fact, anyone involved in finance couldn't avoid knowing him.
Were you close with him at all?
Not particularly.
I checked. He and Jin had practically no contact with each other.
I feel like I only get to ask one more question. out of these two, and then he's just gonna leave. Tokiko. Wait, who's that again? Did I enter the right menu? No, I didn't. It's file. There we go. Oh, that's the cold lady. The president of Nice and Laws. Nice at Laws. Yeah, we'll ask about that. About Tokiko.
Who's that?
The president of Nice, Japan.
That was a waste of time.
Nice? I'm not familiar. I've never even heard of it.
Oh, I do get dressed them all. Thank God. Nice. Yeah, otherwise I was about to be like, well, that was a waste of time to ask about her. About your relationship with Chikara.
Well, he is the director of the research institute I'm funding. Or maybe I should say was. Either way, that was the extent of our relationship.
He was quite, well, an eccentric individual.
And I only invested in his work. I don't care what his personality was like. It doesn't concern me as long as it doesn't affect his job.
Was there any work-related trouble?
Not at all. You seem to be searching for a motive for me to kill Chikara. However, I gain nothing from his death. I have suffered nothing but losses because of this incident. In other words, I am a victim as well. And you suspect me of all people. The police in this country continue to prove their own uselessness.
Seriously, what is up with this guy? If only he didn't have so much authority, we could pin something on him and book him.
Well, hold on now.
Chikara.
I understand you are the majority shareholder of Horodori Institute. As the de facto owner of the Research Institute, I'm sure you must know of its origins and insider information.
What are you trying to say?
Information about Chikara and Tama had obtained. But did you use the research that he had been conducting? But the rumors of human experiments and the Ash research facility was forced to shut down 9 years ago. Along with the fact that Chikara disappeared in order to avoid being investigated. And that the current research institute was built after the heat from that incident had settled down.
Did you know all of this?
I did.
You provided the capital required to rebuild the Research Institute, did you not?
Yes.
Yeah, of course you did. Why did you decide to fund it?
The gene therapy research that was being led by Chikara. That research had a great deal of value and potential. Even with all the advancements in this day and age, there are many people who are still suffering from incurable diseases. Not to mention all of the children who can't live a normal life due to the illnesses they were born with. I have seen the suffering of so many people, precious to me. Chikara's research had the potential to help all of those people. It brought hope to humanity itself. It's certainly true that his personality and past weren't without issues, and I won't deny that the research faced criticism due to its radical nature. Still, if it can help alleviate the suffering of so many people, I wanted to put my support behind it. In other words, I invested in the future that Research Institute could bring us.
Tom, is there anyone in Mr. Chieda's family that has an incurable disease?
No, and of course, he doesn't have one himself either. His only daughter is completely healthy. And his wife, Kizuna's mother, passed away long ago.
How'd you pass away, though? Maybe that was from an incurable disease.
What is it?
No, it's just... Is this your first time here?
Kizzy's invited me a bunch of times before.
Big Sis is very popular among the children, and she is great at keeping them entertained.
I'm not as good as you, Kizzy.
I see. Feel free to come back anytime. Any friend of Kizuna is welcome here.
Ryuki, I just looked into Iowan. I came across some interesting information. 23 years ago, a child in their care went missing.
What?
The child was 6 at the time. His His name was Uru Somazuki. It was reported extensively, but he still hasn't been found.
Dun, dun. Seriously, set wink sync.
No matter how much wealth you have, there is a limit to the people you can save. How powerless I am. Perhaps it's necessary to be accepting of help wherever you can get it.
Okay. What is that supposed to mean? I don't feel like he did it. The fancy man in the fancy white suit, he doesn't seem like the murderer. The culprit. But Uru Somazuki.
Mr. Chieda, there's one more thing I'd like to ask.
What is it?
It's about Uru Somazuki. You remember him, don't you?
Yes. I will never forget. The Iowan missing child. That's what the media called it back then. Was it a kidnapping or an accident? The case was never solved. And the child is still missing to this day. What a painful memory. It makes my heart ache.
God damn. Missing for a whole 23 years. That's a long goddamn time. That's about the missing child case.
As the chairman, I take full responsibility. But wouldn't you agree that the police should take most of the blame? After
Maybe.
mobilizing so many investigators, they weren't able to find a single clue.
Even
do you
after
think, Tom?
23 years.
He has some personality issues, but he doesn't seem like an evil monster.
I agree.
Doesn't seem like he's lying either. Though it is concerning that so many mysterious incidents have been happening around him.
Are we done here? We've wasted enough time, I think. I'll be going now.
Yep, time is money, rich man.
Father!
Excuse me. Huh? That's his dad?
Please, let me marry your daughter!
Oh, right. I see. He's still on about
I'll
this.
give her a good life. I swear it to the heavens! So please, please, give me permission to marry your daughter.
Tut tut tut.
Kizuna, I'll be coming home late again tonight.
Yes. Goodbye, Father.
Wait! Please don't ignore me!
Kizuna, who is this?
A stranger.
Oh, wait.
Correct.
We met at Matsushina Diner 2 days ago.
You're that unemployed guy, Leon, right? Did you go to the unemployment office?
I'm gonna go tomorrow.
That's a no.
In other words, you're a leech on society.
I've never sucked anyone's blood.
I don't think he was being literal.
No job, no education, no manners. Not to mention, you're drinking in the middle of the day.
Oh, but this is non-alcoholic.
And you dare call me father? To put it frankly, I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole.
How rude! I'm a human being, thank you very much. And I am not a pole vaulter.
In any case, stay away from my daughter. Though it's not like she would give you the time of day anyway.
Yeah, I just got absolutely roasted.
Wait! Aww. Izzy's dad must be really busy.
I don't think that was the issue.
Looks like he's feeling down, but his core remains undamaged.
Turns out Streamlabs already provides it. Whoops. See from the bright side, at least. At least you might have learned something new in the time that you spent working on it. And ball. To add profile pic to the messages. What? So it shows you. So it shows you the person's Twitch profile picture. Or to add custom profile pictures. Över mycket kan. Yeah, they could easily do that. But Mr. Chieda.
I've been here before, but this was my first time meeting Mr. Chieda. Though...
What? What do you mean, But Leon.
That guy from Matsushita Diner is kind of a weirdo, isn't he? He doesn't seem like a bad person, but...
Oh. Hold up, my Tamaguchi's back. Where is the mecha of otakus? Akihabara. Sunfish pocket. Mr. Chieda.
That is how my father always is. Mr. Ryuki, is my father related to the case somehow?
It's still hard to say.
I see.
But Leon.
He has been following me around since we met at Matsushita Diner 2 days ago.
Great, a stalker.
Considering how persistent he is, I may have to deal with him as a cop.
Oh, actually, he was so persistent that I allowed him to consider us friends for the time being.
Seems like this girl's problematic in her own way.
We meet again. Yep.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah,
You seem
hi.
to show up wherever I go. Maybe we're connected somehow. Not that I want to be connected with the...
Maybe you're the murderer. Maybe you're the culprit. Bamisuki.
Ah, you were at Matsushita Diner too, weren't you?
Yeah? Why?
Wait. What's this called again? Rendezvous?
What?
No, that's not it. A fleur-de-lis.
What the hell is this guy
What?
talking about?
I have no idea.
I almost have it. It's right at the back of my uvula.
Can I chokeslam him?
Bro, feel free. No, I can't let her. But Kisuna.
As you know, I met Kizzy 2 days ago at Matsushita Diner. When I saw her, it was love at first sight. And I tried to get her attention. When Kizzy left the diner, I followed her. When she boarded a train, I spent all my money to get on the same one.
Alright,
When she
Mr.
went into the girls'
Stalker.
bathroom, I
What?
followed her.
Ryuki, cuff it.
But decided not to go inside. Even though she kept ignoring me, I never gave up trying to talk to her. And finally, in Yoyagi Park, she acknowledged me. Kizzy finally decided to accept my love.
I told him it was acceptable to be strictly friends.
So, you gave in.
You set a bad precedent there.
However, I believe you promised you would be more serious about your job search. I do not associate with those who do not work, let alone be friends with them.
Yeah, but I was here yesterday, so...
It was indeed helpful of you to play with the children. However, that does not conclude your promise to me.
I'm sorry. I feel like we're destined to be together, Kizzy. I want to stay by your side.
Testant.
My name, Leon, is spelled L-I-E-N. In French, Leon means bond, just like Kizuna means
How
bond
do you
in
know that?
Japanese. Well, how about it? That's destiny, right?
I'm pretty sure you know that about that.
Sounds like a bit of a stretch.
I agree.
That is true. But Mr. Chieda.
I totally crashed and burned today. All because this thing caused a misunderstanding.
That wasn't the issue.
Meeting the parents is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I wanted to calm my nerves a bit, but I'm definitely gonna get his approval next time we meet.
That's some real positive thinking.
Huh, damn right. If you aren't in it to win it, You've already lost!
Maybe you could learn something from him, Ryuki.
Don't even suggest it.
But I was basically told that I'm useless just 3 days ago. Can't say it doesn't sting after hearing it so many times.
Oh, God. What happened 3 days ago?
Remember how I said I got fired from my cleaning job? The place I worked was Horadori Institute.
What?
I actually used to be a thief. I was so good at lockpicking, they called me the master of unlocking. I used my skills to borrow valuables.
Okay, Jill Valentine.
Many times. I've gone clean, of course. I got arrested, did my time, and I haven't stolen anything since. I was so stupid back then. And I honestly regret it from the bottom of my heart. But Chikara Horadori, the director, found out about my criminal record, and he fired me. He told me, a person who falls to those depths can never rise again. Damn it. It's just not fair. I've been working hard since I got out of jail. That's why I was like that back at the diner, by the way. To be honest, I was debating whether I should just kill myself. That's when an angel appeared before me.
Me?
That's right, Kizzy. You. I felt saved. I wanted to give it my all and live again. You saved my life.
Leon, please tell me one thing.
Anything!
You have not stolen a single thing since you were released?
Yeah. Of course I haven't.
So you haven't used your lockpicking skills either?
Huh?
Huh?
Uh-huh.
Hold on. Don't tell me you broke into someone's house.
No, that's not wrong, but it's wrong. It's true that I opened a lock and broke in somewhere.
Oh my
but I
God.
wasn't committing a crime.
Arrest him. Ask about the break-in.
The thing is, last night,
Last night?
You broke into a house?
no, not a house. I guess I have to say it. I broke in.
Oh,
to
what the fuck?
Horadori Institute.
Why?
What?
Oh, but like I said, it wasn't a crime.
What, was it to use the
It was for an
bathroom?
investigation. I was helping the police.
The police.
Strange. I didn't hear anything about that.
Maybe it was unrelated to the HB case.
The goal was to get inside the hidden room inside Horadori Institute. But in the end, we didn't find anything. So I didn't take anything either. Please believe me.
Wait. Who asked you to do this investigation?
I can't tell you that. It's supposed to be a secret.
Secret? You just told us the whole thing.
Anyway, I just want you to know I didn't do anything illegal. At all.
Very well. I will trust you, Leon.
Ah, thank you. You really are an angel,
He's got
Kizzy.
stars around his face. Nice. So happy now.
Oh, crap. I forgot to mention something important. I should have said this earlier, Kizzy. The order was supposed to be the other way around, but here it goes. Kizzy,
What the fuck?
please marry me.
Where'd you get that from?
Wait a minute. Is that?
I hope my Prince Charming will appear before me with a glass slipper someday.
How did he get that?
That's my dream.
Not an engagement ring, but an engagement shoe.
I bought them using my entire life savings. Please, accept.
Jeez.
I cannot accept that.
Tut.
We would need to have a relationship for an adequate amount of time first.
What?
Kizzy?
You mean you'll date me?
No, that is not what I meant by relationship. I meant that we would need to spend time together as friends.
How long? How long? Hey, how long would we need to be friends?
Well,
Tut.
5 years. No, perhaps 6. If after 6 years you still feel the same way, then...
Okay, got it. Then I'll take good care of this for 6 years.
What? Seriously? What if you lose them? Or break them?
Hey, I have a good idea.
Oh?
There. I put the glass slippers in there, and the letters. I wrote out how I feel now in one of the letters, and in the other...
I have written how I currently feel in that letter.
I just sound like a
This is
cranky
time
old
capsule.
box.
We'll bury it here, then dig it out 6 years from now. If you still feel the same way as what's written in the letters in 6 years.
Yeah, then you'll accept the shoes. Right, Kizzy?
Yes, then... perhaps. Huh. You know, that is kinda romantic.
I didn't know you had this sort of side to you, Ryuki.
Okay, I'm burying it now.
Well, I guess we'll see. Once we come back to present time, I guess we'll see what happened with them.
I can't wait. 6 years!
6 years is a pretty long time. You sure you're still gonna feel the same way?
Of course. My love is eternally undying.
And then she runs away. I get the fuck out of here. Get away from this creep.
Huh? Kizuna, what's wrong?
Oh, that again.
Oh,
What?
is it singing
You
time?
know how dogs pee when they get excited? It's kinda like that.
I don't get it.
Just watch.
Let us begin. Start the music! Stuck in gum on my way to the station. The crowd squeezes out my frustration. And now I'm taking heat in the classroom. Oh well, I'll eat some donuts in the bathroom. Now I hear my friend got herself a boyfriend. They're going out for barbecue on the weekend. I see all of their smiles in their pics online. Wait, why is that making me cry? Oh my Prince Charming, where can I find you? How do I remind you of the dream we share? But dreams are just for dreamers, lonely hearts and schemers. I've got to break the chains of fate on my own. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Lonely girl across the world, let's wake up and fight. Worlds apart with beating hearts, unite the light through the night. If the boys want to reach us, they'll have to keep up. Without you, I am lonely. I need to be home.
Yay, Pog! One more time. Encore. A certified squirrel jam. A nice leaf. They're gonna be vital for the investigation later. Can I find the leaf?
I thought so 2 days ago, too. You really are good at dancing, Kizuna.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was seriously amazing.
Well, I need to get going now.
Yeah, see you later.
Have a nice day.
Good luck with the investigation.
Thanks, man. I am out of here. Where are we going now? Department store. Who are we gonna meet here? Right, the 13th. Oh no, it's just February, not Friday. The Wednesday, the 13th. In the game.
Oh, Mr. Ryuki. What are you doing here? Here to see me on stage, perhaps? Sorry, but I won't be performing today.
He isn't. Oh.
Actually, I'm here to talk to Shoma.
To Shoma?
They're both here. He's out of the house. Da, da, da. No, of course. They're talking in the Ferris wheel.
Why am I on a Ferris wheel with you?
Good question.
Aren't you having fun?
I would be if you weren't here.
Whoa.
Shoma is actually responding to the conversation this time.
It's fucked up, man.
This is proof that the chastity belt of his heart is loose. If you shove yourself in there, he just might open up.
What?
Could you please not phrase
Excuse
it like
me?
that?
See the cityscape out of the window. That's the cityscape. So where's the Ferris wheel?
Ryuki, why don't you try jumping off?
No.
It's a tour to the gondola. Oh, there's not really much else to look at. Shit sitting in front of me. Grace has a one-wheel robot.
That robot you showed me the other day was really cool. If you're that skilled, I'm sure you've gotten offers from lots of companies.
Not really. I'm nothing special. I'm just really into robots.
But even an amateur can tell that robot was filled with impressive technology. And the one-wheel design is beautiful.
Well, I knew it had to run on one wheel for sure. It was really hard getting the self-stabilization feature working with the one-wheel design. Like, major electronics companies make one-wheel robots to show off their advanced tech.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what's really great about my robot is its load capacity. It doesn't look like it, but it can easily carry up to 45 pounds. And I want to upgrade
Jeez.
it more so it can carry double that.
I see.
Where does it carry that one in his hands?
I know you don't really care.
Looks like it won't go the way it did last time.
I guess flattery won't get us anywhere.
Wait, what? What did I press? Was it the touchpad? No, wait, how did I... Oh, L2 is what did it. Bamasuki.
I told you before. She's just a classmate.
Really
We're not
now?
friends, and I don't know much about her. Supposedly she's attending school from her house near the harbor. But I guess her permanent address is in our school district or something. That's why she goes to the same school as me.
So you do know a lot about her.
No! That doesn't mean anything!
Busted.
Not like I'm even slightly interested in that Uggo.
Sure about that?
He really is a kid, huh?
About Komeji.
I don't want to talk about my dad.
Oh.
I told you before. I don't even want to think about him.
Why are you here with him?
Will you
Komeji.
cut it out already? I don't want to talk about my dad.
Before he just fucking strangles me now if I ask him again about it. You know what? In case he decides to murder me because I'm gonna ask him about his dad again. Let's just save it. Be sure. Anyway, there's new things on the file. Richie. Likes, status, fame, power. Zero. Dislikes the unemployed, arrogant, rude people, day drinkers. Hobby is gold. How? What? Sailing, wine, bonsai, animal flossing. God, what do you mean your hobbies are gold? What's that supposed to mean? Hobbies gold? You like turning things into gold? He's a horse racer. And he likes curling. And getting spanked? What? What do you mean getting spanked? He's an expert at spanking people? Interesting skill set to have. Uvula. The explanation. LOL. Luvula. Lol. Uvula. Thanks, game. Thanks. Let's find out if he's gonna murder me or not.
I already told you. I hate him.
Ta ta ta. Ta ta ta.
Happy now? I hate him so much. I didn't even want to say it out loud.
But you were with him earlier.
Yeah, what's up with
I
that?
was here alone at first. Then Dad came. He wanted to make up.
Make up?
Dad and I are fighting. I ran away from home yesterday.
You ran away from home?
What are you fighting about?
My friends made fun of me.
How is that related to your dad?
Because it's my dad's fault for being so pathetic. Pull yourself together. Show me how cool you can be on TV. That's what I said to my dad. Then
I bring smiles to the audience. If I can do that, I don't care if I get mocked. That's what it means to be an entertainer.
when he said that, I blurted out, "That's why Mom got sick of you and left." Dad turned bright red, and
then why don't you just leave too?
That's why I left the house.
I see. Very heated conversation. What's your type? No need to be human. Can be an alien for all I care. That you don't have to be human. That's all he had to say in response. Hate your dad that much.
Do you think I could like someone like him? A stupid old comedian who gets clowned on all the time. He barely ever goes on TV either. And when he does, it's always some ridiculous thing like getting piping hot Odin shoved into his mouth. The day after he goes on air, I always get made fun of by my friends. I hate it. I'm sick and tired of it.
Oh, guy. Poor kid, brother. You sure you don't actually like your dad?
I told you, I hate him. Everything about him. I hate how much he drinks and how he acts so cocky and stubborn when he's drunk. He talks about all these big dreams that he can never achieve. When he sobers up, he remembers what he did when he was drunk and squirms under the blankets. Isn't that sad? It makes me hate him even more. The way his nose hair is always sticking out, the way he wipes his face with sanitary napkins, his stupid, awful singing in the bathtub. Everything about him is creepy, awful, and pathetic. I hate him!
For hating someone so much, he sure pays him a lot of attention.
They say there's a fine line between love and hate.
Hates him with a burning passion, it sounds like. Hates him so much he observes his every move.
It's no good. Shoma won't open up no matter what I bring up.
Looks like we won't get through with the orthodox method.
That means...
We'll have to try our luck with his father.
No, but we just reached the top. The top of the Ferris wheel. No, now he's in here with us. Yay, time to listen to this song over in the beginning.
Thank you.
No problem,
Our
man.
objective is still to unlock Shoma's chastity belt.
You're still going on with that?
It would be tough to question Komeji about tricky subjects if Shoma was nearby. That's why you invited him here, right?
Yeah, but...
Now that I think about it, we rode this Ferris wheel together 2 days ago.
He sure did.
Well, Mr. Ryuki, it seems like your investigation is going around in circles. What is it you wanted to talk about? If it's about the case, there isn't much else to say.
So, when are you jumping off?
I am not jumping off.
Jesus. Wait, what is that? Why are you wearing your stage outfit when you're not performing today? Such a long question. Such a big, long text box. Why are you wearing your stage outfit when you're not performing today?
This is the only outfit I have right now. I actually have another set of personal clothes, but I ruined those 2 days ago. But this bow tie, that'll be fine as long as I have this.
Question mark?
Isn't it nice?
Shoma bought it for you, didn't he?
That's right. Even if I only have one set of clothes. I can wear this or take it off depending on how I'm feeling, and wow. It's as if I changed into a completely
What the
different
fuck? Why do you look so crazy now?
Really?
Yeah.
Oops, it would be terrible if I lost it, so I'd better put it back on. This tie, Shoma chose it for me so I could really shine on stage. When I wear it, it feels like Shoma is cheering me on. It gives me strength. It's my most precious treasure.
How wholesome. Let's go about Komeji himself.
I used to be a real big shot back when I was known as the Quiz King, remember? But I let it get to my head, and as soon as I became a comedian, things flipped completely. There was no hope for me to move up in the world. My wife got sick of me and left. I've been raising my boy alone ever since. And yet...
You regret becoming a comedian?
Not at all. I'm proud of being a comedian. At the same time, I'm not proud of my lack of success. I've put Shoma through so much hardship. It's inexcusable.
He's a comedian, just like us. But Shoma's a lie. After some careful consideration, Shoma's a Komeji that it's highly likely Shoma lied about the message hidden in Ps4.
Shoma lied?
Yes.
I see. I don't know much about that hidden message thing, but Shoma is a good boy. He wouldn't lie for no reason. I know that's not that convincing coming from his father, but he must have had a reason to lie.
He was paid good money to lie. Maybe. We're gonna get the truth from Shoma.
I have no idea.
Oh,
I can't
well, thanks
really
for the
talk
help.
to him right now myself. I'm sure you're aware, but I got in an argument with Shoma yesterday.
What is that?
Shoma made it for me when he was little, but yesterday he ripped it up and threw it away. It was really important to me. I want to make up, but he...
It must be difficult considering how things are now.
It's all my fault. The argument only happened in the first place because of my lack of success.
Oh, Dad, man, he's just doing his best.
Mr. Ryuki, there is something I'd like to talk to you about.
What's up?
What is it?
No, never mind.
Oh, okay.
Please forget it.
Oh, nice talk. Yeah, that was
It sounded like
weird.
you wanted to tell me something important.
Hey, Ryuki, why don't you try wink syncing with him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'll try taking a peek.
What did you want to talk about, friend? What's up? What's on your mind? Wink, sync. What the hell?
Hey, asshole! I know you're in there! Deadline on the payment passed a long time ago. Cough it up, you bastard!
What the fuck is that, the Yakuza?
It's the loan sharks again. A different set of guys came by yesterday and the day before that. I've been borrowing from so many different places, I don't know who's who anymore.
Nope.
Anyway, what am I supposed to do? I can't talk to the police about it.
So he's borrowed money from a lot of people.
He must have been in real trouble if he even got involved with loan sharks.
But why can't he talk to the police about it?
Is it because
Don't
it's a
tell me.
Yakuza?
Supposedly he has connection to the Yakuza.
No.
Word is he's involved in
Might
some
be right.
dangerous transactions.
Komeji, you wouldn't happen to be struggling with debt,
Th-
would you?
What a random thing to ask him about.
How did you?
I knew it.
That's what you wanted to tell me, right?
Dot, dot, dot.
Why can't you get the police involved?
Dot,
Is it
dot,
because
dot.
you're buying and selling on the black market?
What
Whoa.
are you talking about? I would never do something like that.
Try asking Komeji more questions. No matter how much I questioned him, he didn't admit to any involvement with the Yakuza. And in the end, I was unable to find any clues leading to the key to Shoma's hut. Dot, dot, dot. Solid Ferris wheel interrogations.
Huh. Shoma isn't here.
Where'd he
Where'd
go?
that boy run off to? We still haven't made up.
Dot, dot, dot.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryuki. I need to go find Shoma now. So, well, bye for now. Excuse me.
Goodbye.
Meiji and Shoma, huh? It's clear that they're both hiding something. Even if we chase them down and asked again, we'd get the same result.
I guess we have no choice. Let's go somewhere else for now.
Yeah, let's.
Selling balloons here, but we only got one more step left in the list. Vending machines. Rooftop amusement park. What an interesting place to put an amusement park on top of a roof. Never seen that before. Oh yeah, let's get out of here. Get out of here before we go insane from the music. The amusement park music and repeat. Finally to Lemninsky. Question Iris.
Ryuki, we just finished recording.
Oh, good timing.
Why is
But
Yakuza
why
guy
are
here?
these two here?
I just happened to be here by chance.
Me too. I'm here completely by coincidence.
Okay,
Da, da,
then. So, what is it you wanted to tell me about the case?
Yeah, about that.
Who the hell is that?
It's the masked lady. What the fuck is she doing here? The lady from the harbor.
What?
Talk about sketchy.
She just
Maybe
walks in
someone
and
from
sits
the
down.
talent agency?
I don't know. I couldn't see their face, so it's hard to say.
Seems dangerous. But I'll put my life on the line to protect Tess. I mean Iris. So, don't you worry.
Me too.
She's stalking us now, the masked lady. She just walked in and sat down at the chair and is now just staring at us, okay. Well, the lady with the big personality is still here. From the first game. Hold on, let me... How old is Otra again in this? Isn't he like 24? Oh, yeah, he is. Excuse me. So that means he's like 30 in present time? Well, I don't think we've met him in present time yet. I wonder if he looks the same. But that means he would be like 30 now. Jesus. Oh shit. It's Mr. Junior with the raid. Appreciate the raid, Mr. Junior. Hope the stream was good. Hope you ended up liking Dead Island 2 a bit more. Yeah, how did it go in the end? What is the verdict now on it? Oh, you had your better today. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. You managed to get a bit more into it today. Appreciating it a bit more. Oh, sure, you're gonna play some more after you've had dinner? Ah, I see. Okay, then. It really does sound like you've gotten more into it. Enjoying it a bit more. It's good to hear. That's good to hear, because it does seem pretty fun. It does seem really sick, actually. That whole dismemberment gore system too, that you showed earlier. Pretty sick.
Whoa, there's a weird bug here.
You're right. I've never seen it before.
What?
I heard that painting is actually titled TNYEO. It used to be called by another name.
Yeah, didn't they call it something else in the first game? Yes, enjoy your dinner, Mr. Junior. Enjoy your dinner.
Maybe I'll put a monitor that big in our office too.
What would you watch?
Obviously, Tess.
Testicle
videos. Yeah.
What?
Testicle videos.
Excuse me?
That sounds really icky, Moma.
Fuck yeah, let's go. Watch some testicle videos on a giant 80-inch TV. Look at all those testicles in high definition.
Special feature, useful ways to tie a rope. Huh. Ryuki, steal it from me later.
What? Why do you need to know how to tie a rope?
Do, re, mi.
Sofa.
Oh my god. What about the lady with the big personality?
There's a receptionist sitting behind the desk.
Hello?
Wow, what a total hottie.
What?
Oh, this is perfect. I was just starting to get bored. Come on, let's have a chat, cutie. A little tete-a-tete.
Sorry. I have no idea what you're saying.
Oh, and your voice is super mega hot too. Hottie for a thottie. Slide into my DMs
What?
anytime, king.
What did you just say?
I'm here to ask some questions for an investigation.
Wait, you're with the police? Are you friends with Date by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah, he's my superior.
Oh my god, it's such a small world. Crazy.
Why is this woman a receptionist?
Likely a decision made by the company president.
Mizuki?
Yeah, go ask her about it. Hold on. Let me say really quick. I think I saw something. Let's go to Atami together.
It's okay. You don't have to say it. You want to rub these soft things, don't you?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, fine.
Was it that obvious?
Just for a bit, okay? Here you go.
I moved over to the receptionist that began vigorously rubbing both of her earlobes. Of course, her earlobes. What were you thinking, chat room? Of course. Earlobes. What else would you rub? They were softer than I expected.
Ryuki, what are you doing?
When I returned to where I was looking at me as though I was the scum of the earth. Staring at him with a feels weird man face like, what a fucking weirdo. How is he a cop? Let's go to Atami together.
What?
What are you talking about, Ryuki?
No. I was just suddenly overcome with an inexplicable urge to go to Atami.
Let's go to Atami together.
Forget the investigation. I'm going to Atami with her. I've already made up my mind. Don't try to stop me.
Did you take crazy pills this morning or something?
He's just learned from Date. Hold on, let me... If it's just like the first scheme. No. Can you tell me about you? Not now, but sure. You're interrupting something here, okay? Interrupting a very important moment.
Worried about relationships?
That's right.
Issues at home?
I want to leave my house. My family are aliens.
I can understand. Right, right. You can see their true identity by wearing a special pair of sunglasses.
Oh. Why do I get these sunglasses?
But maybe it's not just your parents. Maybe all of mankind has been taken over.
Oh my god, everyone's an alien.
Then you need to create a resistance group. First, you need to take over the TV station, sending out the mind control waves.
What?
American Samoa Smash!
Just see it through. Then, you'll know the answer.
Hero Killer Smudge. What? What is that? A movie? An anime? Did you just recommend an anime to me game? Let's see one more time. Alright. Let's go to Atami.
Wait a minute. Are you serious?
Do I look like I'm joking?
Oh my god, I keep getting fucking interrupted. That was my Tamaguchi. What light novel genre might get popular? I at home had ramen love comedy. Oh. Classic model painting already does that. And then let's save it again, and then let's finally go to Atami. Holy, I won't get interrupted again.
Ryuki, please. I have a bad feeling about this.
Now, let's go to Atami together!
Okay.
Okay. Took a hand and we ran out of Lemnon's Gate, leaving Tama behind. Easy. Vacation time. Thus, the case came to a close. Goodbye, life as a police officer. Hello, Atami, Shisuki Prefecture. We have a new life as a staff member at an inn here in the Hot Springs District. The end. Hey, we did it. We finished the game. Destination Atami end. Clap, clap, clap. Game's done, right? Yes. See, I told you we were going to get our first ending today. What is all this? It's like a whiteboard in this game. The iPad drawing. Where's it gonna put me? Oh, I can choose. Yeah, this should put me where we just were. Without having to reload the save, right? Do I have to ask them all the questions again, though? Oh, we have to wait for the crazy lady to go back in?
Ah, Ryuki! We just finished recording!
No, stop. Pause.
I just happened.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's see. So wait, what happens if I go reload the save? Is it still gonna have that evaluation? Surely it's still gonna save the trophy, right? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what happens if we load.
The true face.
The Two-Face? Oh, I think it is still there. Yeah, it is still there. Nice. Sweet. Network just reloading the save. Hardy. The receptionist uses the term hardy to refer to anyone she finds hot. It's pretty simple if you think about it. What about 40 though? Is that also going to be in here? Tete. Better conversation. It's funny because it sounds like tit. Come on. The way to get attention from someone? Super mega. Used to represent something enormous. Whoa, it's super mega big. How 40 is in here? Do you really want me to explain this one? Nah, it's okay, game. A 40 never gets cold. Oh me good. Grace used to show heart-throbbing excitement. They're coming out with a sequel? Oh me good. Basically everything the receptionist said got put in the appendix. Right, okay, but also before we start questioning all these people, I need to quickly be right back. Then quickly use the bathroom. So, be a really quick chat. Hey. We have returned. That's right, I still gotta fix the pink root. Completely forgot about that. Hopefully I remember it. Fix it this weekend. Alright. Well, let's start questioning everyone here, shall we? So, Ota. It's Iris. She's just finished recording, but she doesn't look tired at all. She's truly a professional. It's Momo. You look extremely out of place here. Why are you here? Oh, wrong button.
I told you it was a coincidence.
Really?
For some reason, A-Set's recording schedule happened to be in my PC. I figured it was a cyber attack by a rival gang, so I came here to scout things out just in case.
That's a huge stretch.
He was probably just waiting for her.
Thanks for everything, Mr. Kumakura.
Cart, Mart, Tessa.
Gaming!
Bite, Sprite, Tessa.
Account!
Checked, collect, Tessa!
It's the brand new star of the networld, Tessa! Also known as ASET! You bet!
Tut tut tut. Kinda impressive, he's got that memorized. Why are you here?
I told you, I just happened to be here. I just so happened to know Tessa's recording schedule. And I thought she might be thirsty after recording, so I got her a drink.
In other words, he was waiting for her.
Thanks for everything, Ota. Fire!
Hot, Tessa!
Oh my god.
Shipping!
Him too.
Crate, Tessa!
Airplanes!
Height, flight, Tessa!
It's the brand new star of the networld, Tessa! Also known as ASET! You bet!
Dot dot dot. They both got it fucking memorized. Wait, is something I missed?
Tessa, would you stand on that stool over there?
Oh my god.
Why?
What a perv. Ayaya shake, oh my god. Overloading on all the ayaya. He's getting the ayaya shakes. Oh, here we are. Satisfy your ayaya shakes, Mr. Junior. Weird wearing a weird mask and a weird outfit is looking this way weird. Look, a wooden pony.
Huh? Where?
Dot dot dot. Your mask is upside down. Dot dot dot. Are you going to shoot? Dot dot dot. Can I help you? Dot dot dot. Nice conversation, man.
There's a receptionist with huge breasts sitting behind the desk. There's a receptionist with huge breasts sitting. There's a receptionist with huge breasts. Huge breasts. Breasts.
Breasts.
There are huge breasts sitting behind the desk.
What are you saying?
It's a receptionist. Just a receptionist. Huge knockers. She's just got a big personality. What is it you want to tell me?
2 days ago, we were talking about the people who went missing after seeing Bats 490. Well, the same thing started happening with the people who saw the QR code video.
What?
I read about it online this morning. Many people have gone missing since seeing that video. Rumors say that the missing people are being rounded up in one location, and they're all getting murdered.
What?
You there.
Oh, yes, what's up, mask lady?
Is what you just said true?
Huh? Yeah.
Who the hell are you? Don't get one step closer.
That's right. What are you trying to do to Tessa?
Dot, dot, dot.
Sorry to bother you.
Okay, goodbye. Good talk.
And they're gone.
What was that all about?
Dot, dot, dot.
About our discussion.
Oh, right.
Did someone you know go missing or something?
No, it's not that. It's just a rumor I found online.
Tama, how many people have gone missing lately?
About 1,700 people have gone missing this week.
Jesus Christ.
It isn't particularly higher than usual.
A lot, man.
There's something paranormal going on in the HB case after all. Like half a corpse teleporting from another world. And people going missing after watching a video. There has to be some sort of supernatural phenomenon happening.
I
agree with Tessa. The occult are involved with the HB case for sure.
Right?
Yeah! I mean, Nyes is a part of all of this, right?
Where did you hear that?
It's all over the internet. Nyes is a big proponent of the simulation theory. Oh, and I didn't know this a few months ago. I learned all this recently. If you think about that theory being correct, the case makes a lot more sense.
After all, we are living in nothing but a simulation. And such programs always have some glitches lurking under the surface. Coincidences like this are a manifestation of such glitches. Proof of imperfection. Proof of the seams.
Wink sink.
Tessa! 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 Oh, Tessa! Tessa!
What the fuck?
Tessa!
Well.
That was an incredibly pointless wink.
Yeah, but I was just about to say that. Guys just thinking about nothing but Tessa. Nothing but Iris. Iris. But, what do you think?
I'm no expert on paranormal, and one thing for sure, so I gotta warn you. You should back out of this investigation.
What do you mean?
Why?
I don't know much about that Nyes group, but there's definitely a real dangerous organization involved in all this. If you get too deep, you might end up dead. Word's spreading in the underground. If the cops investigate any further, they'll make them disappear. Seems like the rich and powerful from all over the world are involved in this too. You piss them off, who knows what they'll do to you?
Rich and powerful. Could Mr. Tsuchima be involved in this too?
Tsuchima?
You mean the former politician guy?
Yes, so Tsuchima. Oh, but don't worry about it. I just saw him recently, so he popped in my head is all.
Wait, you met with So?
Yeah?
Why?
Because he invited me to his house.
For what reason?
He said he happened upon my videos online and thought they were interesting or something like that.
Are you okay?
He didn't do anything, did he?
Not at all. We just talked for a bit.
They're jealous now. They didn't get to have dinner with her. What simulation theory?
The simulation theory is probably true. There's even proof.
Proof?
Take a look at this.
What's up? What do you got? What to pull out cell phone from his pocket and handed them to me?
Doesn't this remind you of something?
What? But it's just that they're all wearing the same outfit. They're all identical.
Like those nameless mob characters that show up in video games. You know they reuse assets to lower production costs.
No. This is probably just some sort of coincidence.
Like some synchronicity type thing?
Calling them
There's
NPCs?
more photographic proof.
But the other photos.
Do you still think it's a coincidence after seeing this? If you consider this stuff that can't be explained by science as a glitch in the simulated world...
Wait, the tree is inside of the car? No, it's not a glitch. The guy was just growing a tree in his car for several years, that's all. And then there's a funny looking cloud in the bottom picture. And what the top one is just the castle in the sky. That's very normal. castles in the sky. Veritable phenomenon.
It can't be.
Calm down, Ryuki. These are obviously doctored photos.
Yeah, you're right.
Synchronicity.
In a nutshell, they're basically meaningful coincidences. For example, when you talk about someone and they just so happen to show up in front of you. Or when you hear the same word over and over from a bunch of different people. That kind of synchronicity. It's supposed to mean that there's a message behind it.
A message from who?
Well, someone.
That's paranormal and simulation theory.
I just thought of something listening to Ota. You can explain any paranormal phenomenon using the simulation theory. UFOs, UMAs, ghosts, superpowers.
The hell is UMAs?
If this world is a simulation, they'd all be possible.
Yeah, whether it's a glitch or alterations made on purpose. Whatever it is, would all make sense.
Now, let's get going. For all that talking we didn't get much useful information here.
Yeah.
Whole lot of theory
Something has
talking.
been bothering me. I'll keep what I heard here in mind, just in case.
Back in the limousine. Where are we going?
We didn't get anything useful for the case.
There are some things that I've been thinking about, though. The biggest one being...
The goal was to get inside the hidden room inside Horadori Institute. But in the end, we didn't find anything.
A hidden room inside Horadori Institute?
We have to look into this. After hearing about something like that.
Well, I suppose so.
So...
Alright, our next destination is?
Yeah. Horadori Institute.
He's got a lot of alcohol back in. A lot of liquor in his limousine. Getting wasted on the job. We just walked in here.
No one here.
It's past business hours, so they probably all left.
But the lights are on.
Maybe someone forgot to turn them off?
The entrance wasn't locked too.
I think someone forgot to lock it.
Yeah, just leave.
There weren't any guards around.
Must be on vacation.
No, fine. I'm sorry, okay? Yes, you're right. Something is clearly wrong.
As if someone is inviting us inside.
Wonka double.
Trap, maybe?
Someone's expecting
Who?
us.
And why? No one could have known we were coming here.
Then maybe it's for welcoming someone other than us. Who's there?
Dot.
Ryuki, living organism detected. They're alone.
They must be hiding somewhere.
Him before it's just a rat. Oh, my Tamagotchi needs attention. What is common about, you know, the idols? And you really want to say it. Really want to say what? But also, yeah, see it in general. Yeah, I mean, it works. I should keep it that way. Fucking giant picture. Giant profile picture. Takes up like 25% of the screen. Well, then you at least know who's talking. Yeah, and then you at least got it down. I really want to say it. Tell me now. What the fuck? Kyoto. Balls and eyeballs, eh? Why are you talking to me so much? Masked woman. She's finally in the book. Masked woman. Sex woman. Probably. Oh, no. The material person appears to be female based on body shape. Likes yellow spotted river turtles, Atami. Dislikes men that act like ballers but are really scrubs. Puppies. Sluts are the way to go, baby. Skills. Anti-aging techniques. The receptionist at Lemnon's Gate. She loves a man with a deep, gravely voice. Yeah, I know. She's only in love with that sheesh. Anna has an upset stomach lately, which sucks. Yeah. Hope the receptionist with the big personality recovers from that soon. Call and respond. This is one of the calm response chants what Ace said, Iris, between her and her fans. That magical chant that creates a special kind of unity. No, that's the same thing. I don't see anything. Uh-oh.
There you are.
It's the comedian.
Hey, I know you're there.
The hell is he doing?
Come on out.
Da da da. Da da da. Da da da.
Komeji.
What is he doing here?
It's burning his eyes in shame. Why are you here? Da da da. Did you find Shoma? Da da da. Did you unlock the entrance? Da da da.
Who knows?
Why are you here?
I don't even know myself. Before I knew it, I found myself here. Maybe my brain is messed up from all the drinking.
He's clearly lying.
He's obviously hiding the real reason he's
Guy's sweating.
Now, how to make him talk?
Slap
Maybe
him.
hiding something on his person. Let's find out.
A gun?
Why does he have that? Komeji, what are you hiding in your pocket there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's no use trying to hide it. What you have there, it's a pistol, isn't it?
Yep, exclamation mark.
Komeji, can you please tell me what's going on?
Da da da. Da da da. Are we gonna fight? No. He's just gonna run away. Oh no, he threw the mouse at us.
What's going on here? I need answers.
But he's completely hysterical. We won't be able to talk to him like this, and we can't wing sync either.
We're only left with one choice.
Ryuki, sync with him.
Synced with him. What? Are we just gonna drag him down to the station while he's like that? I mean, it works. Yeah, I guess we did. Dragged him down here and sedated him.
All right, I think I get the picture.
Komeji was in Horodori Institute for some reason. And he even had a gun on him.
Yup.
So, you want to find out why?
That's right.
Okay, the preparations are complete. Let's get right to it then. Ryuki, I'm sure you already know this, but the time limit inside Somnium is...
6 minutes. I know.
Okay. Then let's begin.
Here we go. People trip time.
Super stand-up battle! Can Tama win for a 5th week in a row and take the seat of Grand Champion? Stand Up Show veteran, Tama!
What the fuck? We had a comedy show.
They say giving birth is extremely painful and men can't handle the pain. One day, a genius scientist created a device that could share the pain of giving birth with the father. His first test subject was his wife. His wife was about to give birth, so he decided to try out the device. But for some reason, he felt no pain. Something wrong with the equipment? He upped the power to 10%, then 20%, until he reached 100%, right when she gave birth. And right after that, his assistant right next to him dropped dead from pain! Tama, 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 hot tamale! Well, what's the result?
143. Too bad. No grand champion for you.
Why?
That wasn't funny at all. I think you're more suited for an assistant director position.
Hey, assistant directors are the directors of the future. Don't underestimate me.
Andy's Komeji, on the street.
Shut up! What is it now?
Oh, Komeji? Let's go.
Today we'll be walking around an area that's truly memorable to me. There just aren't rooftop amusement parks like this anymore, you know?
A walk-around comedy show with Andy's Komeji. I didn't know he was on one of those.
He isn't. This is just his dream. Dream in both senses of the word. It's his dream to have a show like this. It's kind of pathetic.
Tama.
Whoa.
What are you holding in your hand?
The script.
What is this? A sketchbook?
Well, anyway, we will,
Komeji's stumbling over his words. The sketchbook is a cue card. Tama, you're an assistant director now. You should send him a message using the cue card. This calls for... say something funny. You gotta break through to him.
I never intended on being an assistant director. That's fine.
Say something funny? What do you mean?
Just anyway, it should be funny. Go, what you got this?
What does that mean?
That's...
What's going on?
Ryuki, we need to do our thing.
Right. Do it, Tama.
Somnium scan, activate!
Mental luck 1. Mental luck 2. 3, 4. Wait. 4 minus 2. Excuse me. Find out what Ender's gonna meet you's hiding. And that's where held. Inundated with Yushi's ideals. Find out the truth and information while he's hiding.
Let's start there. If we're gonna talk about Andy's Komeji, we can't miss that place.
Let's follow him.
Okay then.
My show. It's my show, so how about I go to the next filming location? The staff knows where it is, then the crew chases me. Inspect the gate. I probably shouldn't do it, but why not?
I guess this is an entry gate. It's really cheaply made, and it's pretty old.
Is there anything strange about it? Maybe any signs of people breaking in?
I don't see anything.
Why would you break in?
Searching it now won't
What do you mean
make
break
anything
in? What would you break in on this thing? Worth it for the eyeballs. Give me a balloon.
They sell balloons out of a car. It doesn't look like the car's moved recently, nor is there anything suspicious about it.
There's no need to move it around on a rooftop amusement park.
Why do kids always want balloons? They just shrivel up the next day.
When you're a kid, it's just fun watching a floating balloon. They go against gravity. It's like being free of what weighs you down.
How
Anyway,
wholesome.
there's nothing we can do here.
Edwards. Like the mini
It's
ride.
one of those mini trains that runs along a railroad. Adults can ride it too.
Though it would be embarrassing for most adults.
I'm sure it's for riding along with your kid. But if you have the heart of a child, you can do it.
I left my boyhood heart in the past, along with my tidy whities.
Is that why you wear loincloths now?
I don't wear loincloths. Yet.
Yet?
Yeah. But yeah, I see. Yeah, that looks really nice. The profile picture next to all the other badges. It's like a glove. Yeah, you made it look really nice.
There's some vending machines with simple snacks and drinks, and seats to rest.
Back in the day, at bullet train stops in the country, this kind of rest area was common. If the great Andes Komeji showed up here, it would fill up with people wanting his autograph. But there's nothing we can do here now.
It's missing the round edges. Yeah, I'd say it looks pretty good as is. Because it fits with the badges. But that's of course up to you. Spec shooting game.
It's an older shooting game.
So no zombies?
It's like a clay target shooting simulator.
I wonder if Komeji is good at this.
I can't picture him being coordinated enough for it.
Damn.
I bet he's just watching other people do it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Anyway, there's nothing we can do here.
Ryuki, you have 5 minutes left.
I have 5 minutes looking at everything. I want my eyeballs, man. I'm sorry.
A small Ferris wheel for a rooftop amusement park. I wonder if this Ferris wheel is the main attraction. I feel like it's maintained better than the other attractions.
Maybe it just looks like that because Komeji thinks fondly of it. Which means there must be something here.
And that's what I thought too, but there's nothing so far.
Yeah, sure, you can send it. I don't mind.
He's got a good amount of fans.
Oh, well, hello. Komeji is back on stage. So, for the first time in a while, I want to show you a skit.
Assistant Director Tama, show the cue card again.
Got it.
What do we got? Super funny gag, quiz. Bring audience up on stage. But we do the quiz.
Let's turn our square head circle. It's quiz time. Who is the comedian who's good at super funny gags and is on a roll right now? It's me!
It's the only one laughing. I want to become an comedian who don't reuse his and but who don't reuse his jokes.
Oh, well, hello. Komeji is back on stage. So, for the first time in a while, I want to show you a skit.
Let's show a cue card.
A skit? Super funny gag?
Don't you all want to hear a certain something? God of energy, Inti, Pachaka Max!
What? Was that right or wrong?
Hey lady, you're gonna get tired standing there. There's an open seat right in the front row. Not only can you take a load off, you can watch my super funny skit. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think so. Was that wrong? It made him
One
sad.
show a month and only get 5,000 yen.
When we saw him in person, there weren't too many people watching him.
But why not? He's funny.
Okay, but in any case, never really had a big audience.
So something can trigger a flashback.
The trigger is...
Now that I've shared my roots, let's head over there.
Komeji is on the move. Get after him.
Oh, that was right. Oh, there he is.
Woo! I've already worked for 5 minutes. It's time for a break. Oh, too early for a break?
Komeji's older, so he gets tired quick.
He's just joking. You shouldn't take him seriously.
Yeah, he's just a comedian.
What are you doing with the marker in your hand?
Let's show him a cue card.
He's the amateur. Why'd you come to Japan? Autograph. He's the amateur.
Hello, you look pretty old. What is it that you do? Oh, so you fillet flounders. What kind of job is that? They're already so thin. Good luck with that. See you later.
What, you just insulted him?
You don't want an autograph? No? No. Huh. That was a crazy job. Have you ever heard of a job like that?
I thought the strange nature of the job would give him more material to work with.
Can you focus on clues and information, not try to improve the show?
So what am I supposed to do?
I just wanted the minus 10
Relax.
seconds.
Komeji seemed to really want to give out an autograph.
An autograph.
Don't refuse. Oh, it says refuse, not reuse.
Yeah. What are you doing with the marker in your hand?
Ryuki, what should we put on the cue?
But yeah, I see it. Me saying Munko, That looks really good. Looks really good and professional, actually. All the Twitch badges. And my profile picture. That feels budget, man. Quite nice and makes the chat look even more unique. Autograph.
You look like you want an autograph. All right. So, where do you want me to sign this?
On his forehead.
The co-signee section? Yes. No worries. Anything for a friend. But I do have a family to think about, so you better not ditch me.
Better
Said you
ditch
better
me.
not ditch me.
Ooh. Got 2 different paths we can go down. Game and autograph. Next. Fans are important to Komeji. Which Komeji you want the most? What does Komeji want to protect? His son.
Komeji became a co-signee and took on someone's debt.
What an idiot. Of course they'd take off on him.
But hey, now we know how to trigger these flashbacks.
Yeah, the cue has to link to the memory of his past.
All right, let's keep going.
He's on the move again.
How much time do I have? I probably shouldn't. I still have a decent amount of time. Then I get interrupted by Tamaguchi. What's your favorite law of physics? Fleming's left-hand rule. Yes. Type of people look like that. he's all over here now. At the balloons.
They actually sell balloons here. When's the last time you paid for a balloon?
That's a good point.
Don't agree with him. Give him a cue.
Fly with balloons, inflate balloon, buy balloons. Can I make him buy a balloon for his son?
All right, let's buy one. You can't get enough of these. Wait, this is coming out of my own wallet? It's not coming out of the show budget? What, is the budget that tight? Oh, well, I'll buy it with my own money. Ah, a run-of-the-mill balloon. Very normal. The kind you take home and the next morning it's shriveled up and on the ground. And after thinking about what to do, you put it on some old hag's head.
What?
What am I talking about?
I guess he wants us to make him do something funnier. More TV-friendly.
TV-friendly, huh?
Oh, that's what he was gonna buy for his son.
4 minutes now.
They actually sell balloons. When's the last time you paid?
When's the last time you paid? Never. Everything is free. Inflate balloon or fly with balloon. Maybe he's gonna inflate the balloon. And make a funny balloon animal.
Anyway, they're gonna let me make a balloon today. So, can I give it a shot?
That is a big balloon. Oh my god.
Interesting. My debt isn't getting any smaller. What is a blacklist? I can't borrow any more money? Where can I get more money? You'll let me borrow money? Really? Oh, thank you. Thank you.
The debt got bigger and bigger, and he couldn't borrow any more money from regular lending companies.
That's why he started borrowing from shady people.
Hey, who is that over there? Who could it be? Do we have a guest today?
Tama, the person standing there is...
Is this the same scene we saw at the beginning of the SOMNIUM?
We couldn't hear then, but I wonder if we can hear this time.
Yeah.
The code. Thank you. Thank you, box.
Hello, what is it? Do you need something from me?
You want your money.
Hello, this is Chow Chow Finance.
Chow Chow.
Mr. Komeji. Oh, you're late on your payments.
Oh, yes. I'll pay you back no matter what. So please,
Are you sure? I've heard that from you enough times already. At this point, I guess we have no choice. Maybe we'll have to get your family involved.
Oh, what does that mean?
Mr. Komeji, if you can't pay back what you owe, this is what happens. Do you understand? In any case, Yonohara Inda, good luck.
His son.
Shoma, what should I do?
Now.
What?
It's an opportunity for a cue.
Kill them. Prepare the money. Protect Shoma. Let's see if I can make sense of it. Oh god. Probably not. No, I haven't even looked at it yet. But knowing me, I'll be mega confused. And hello there, Mr. Dante. Yep. This is not DVD, I'm sorry. It's AI SOMNIUM files that you're seeing with your binoculars. Why is his head a fucking block? It's Minecraft. Yeah, exactly. See, Dante knows. It's Minecraft. Nah, but I have no idea. That was my first question too. When we saw him, like, why is his head a square? Why does he have a square head? He's the only one too that has a square head like that. Everyone else has a normal head. He's the only one like that. I have no idea why. I guess they just felt like it. They just felt like giving him a square head, because why not?
I have tons of ways to get money, but Shoma is my one and only son. Let me through. I need to protect Shoma.
Protect this kid. And Tolak too. Komeji chose to protect Shoma. Who did Komeji find?
Let's chase after him.
If ... isn't with me, then what is the point of my life? ... and ... Is this the AYAYA game? Yeah, this is indeed the AYAYA game. It is indeed the AYAYA game for AYAYA April. But also, I agree with what Dante said. We must convert everyone into a DVD player. Yes. That's a pinned comment right there. You heard the man. You heard Dante. It's time to double down on DVD. Nothing but DVD for the rest of the year now. Double down. Non-stop DVD.
You have 3 minutes left, Ryuki. Focus.
Shoma is nowhere to be seen.
I guess this is like a mini train. We're here now.
Komeji is back to hosting his show.
You the conductor.
Station 1 will be departing soon. Please watch your step when boarding and have your change ready. Please do not run on the train.
Oh my god. Drop your passport. Drop your passport, Junior. Hey. Appreciate it, Boxy. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah. For finding Junior's passport and handing it back to him. Appreciate it, my good sir. Junior got his Danish passport renewed. Now he can eat pizza again, all over Twitch. Some homeless man named Dante stole it from you. Oh, what the fuck? He's right there too. He's right there too in the chat, showing it off. Oh, it's fine. You got a brand new passport now, though. Thanks to Boxy. Very much appreciated.
Am I in the right spot? I could probably be a conductor, don't you think? No?
Yeah, I've met people like this before.
Now you can sleep again too.
Nothing.
Sleep again all over Twitch.
Ryuki, let's give him a cue.
Can you hear me? It's Betty. That just a bet, you motherfucking bet.
Whoa, okay, Kona.
A moto fucking gingerly.
So aggressive. Maybe I just shouldn't do that. Small talk. Right it. Maybe small talk. Okay, sure, I'll use it.
Small talk time! Every day at 8 a.m., this train is cleaned with a rag by an old man from the office.
What?
There's an old man who checks the angle of the railroad crossing rails, and an old man who keeps the train well lubricated. But this trivia is pointless. Wait, no, it's not pointless. All the old men represent Andy's Komeji. Please write to me.
What the hell is he talking about?
Some old man report, I guess.
Can't he just get on quietly?
That was wrong.
Ryuki, let's give him.
Write it.
Don't call that aggressive, Leo. For sure. You would address some of his bedchamber who comes into the bedroom. Oh, that's the door.
Dante the puppy.
Dante the puppy. Yes, I agree, Justin. Dante is a nice little puppy. Man, that was so menacing. The way he said, "You call that aggression, Leo? I'll show you." And then he had like a little pause and said what aggressive is. Very ominous. Write it.
Adults can ride this? Really?
Yeah, Junior, he called you a puppy.
Today on Car Window from Another World, we're on a trip from Berlin to Prague. What is Shoma doing there? Wait! Shoma! Wait!
Found Shoma. Oh, there's only one more. After this, an emotional encounter? Question mark?
Tama, go after him.
Can we catch up to him?
If Shoma isn't with me, then what is the point of my life?
You only have 2 minutes. Hurry, Ryuki.
That should be more than enough. We should be okay. As long as you don't fuck this up horribly.
I'm tired from all the pedaling. I'm already regretting this.
Look, Shoma is pedaling.
Who cares about the show? Get after Shoma.
Talk to the customers. Say something relatable. Chase.
Shoma, wait for me! You'll let me borrow money? Really? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I can buy school supplies for Shoma with this money. I said you better not ditch me. How am I supposed to celebrate Shoma's birthday? It's tomorrow.
People bike.
I get one show a month and only get 5,000 yen. I can't buy anything for Shoma. I want to be successful. I need this money. All for Shoma. I don't care what happens to me, as long as I have my boy. Shoma, are you there? Hold on, Shoma. I'm gonna save you.
A Ferris wheel. I remember Shoma saying he liked them.
I wouldn't get on one with Komeji alone, though.
Don't think about that now.
Okay, but...
Shoma isn't with me, then what is the point of my life? And you'll find Shoma and protect them. Yep, we don't have much time left, do we?
You have a minute left.
Oof. Well, better get this right first try.
This is one of my favorites. The Ferris wheel. I like things that go in circles.
Shoma's getting on. Hopefully he'll make it.
We're running out of time. This is probably the end.
Joke about the size. Oh man, I really want to do that. That's most likely wrong. And it's probably gonna fuck up horribly, but man, I really want to joke about the size. We're gonna have to retry it, but sure.
This Ferris wheel isn't that tall, but it's really high up since it's on the roof. Making a Ferris wheel all the way up there would be terrifying.
That's true.
We don't have time for this.
Oh, it wasn't even that funny.
Ryuki, we're out of
It
time.
wasn't even that funny. That wasn't worth it at all.
Now. Komeji must have a good reason for handling guns. Komeji, what happened to you?
And you want to play DVD on the 5? This is both the 5 and the 4 version played 60 FPS. Yeah, I think the PS5 version of DVD. Alright, there we go. Are we cool again? Yeah, we're cool again. RIP headphone users. My bad. I moved the mic. Then I accidentally hit the cable and it got a bit loose. Happens sometimes. Sorry about your ears though. But we're cool again. We're fine. Should be good again. Stop with the mouse sounds. What do you mean mouse sounds? Wait, what do you mean mouse sound? What did it sound like? It was. Wait, what do you mean? Did it sound like a mouse when the audio got all fucked up?
Tama, go after him.
Can we catch up to him?
You only have 2 minutes. Hurry, Ryuki.
Yeah, so going back to the differences, as I was saying before everything got corrupted.
I'm tired.
Right, it probably looks slightly better. Like everything looks slightly better on the PS5 version. Because the graphics are a bit higher quality, like the survival models, basically all the character models and all the maps. They're gonna look higher quality. So basically, like the graphics are slightly better on the PS5 version. Everything looks higher quality and looks a bit more clear. But that's really about it. It just looks better. The graphics, they just look better on the PS5 version. That's really the only difference. Yeah. The only difference I can think of. New. I mean, there is one unique feature to the PS5 version, and that's the vibration function. Like, every time you boot up the PS5 version of DBD, It says something about, hey, you can now enable the special vibration function, but we tried that and I don't think it works properly. Because the controller wasn't vibrating at all when we tried it. So yeah. Nothing special. Nothing special apart from visuals. That's the only difference. Yeah, definitely not. Nope. I'd just go with the PS4 version. And the 5 if I were you, yeah. Definitely not worth to fill up the 50 gigs. Take up an unnecessary 50 gigs. Not worth it one bit. Off by default for some reason. What, on your controller or the PS5 version of DBD? What's your favorite DNA base? Feynman. That's impossible. That can't be. What's so good about Feynman?
You have a minute left.
No joking about the size this time. Oh, and the game settings.
This is one of my...
On the game settings. In which version? Which version of DBD? Reminisce. This isn't the time to reminisce. It's most likely Chase. Oh, the PS5. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason that isn't disabled by default. You have to enable vibration manually on the PS5 version of DBD. Because I'm pretty sure it's off for me by default the first time. Chase.
Shoma!
What is it, Dad?
Shoma, it's okay. I'm going to protect you.
Protect me? What are you talking about?
Like I said, I'm here for you. You'll be fine.
What are you talking about? I'm fine. I can ride the Ferris wheel by myself.
No, that's not what I'm talking about! Shoma!
What's gonna happen? Is he gonna get pepper sniped?
Shoma, where are you? Where did you go?
Confidential.
What's going
Turn
on?
into a file.
Hey, isn't that an envelope from Orignally Institute?
Shoma! Where did you go? Shoma!
Ryuki, we're out of time.
All right, let's go.
Interesting. How people mess up the generators? Just ask Junior that question. Couldn't find something important. What? We failed to find it? Oh, because I guess we found a confidential file. How people messed it up. Either because they're new, or they're just blasting loud music. I'm not really blasting loud music, but you know. They're listening to music while playing and they didn't hear the skill check cue. Or did they decide to take a sip of water? And then, yeah, you know, they only have one hand on the keyboard or controller. Then the skill check pops up at like the worst time. Always happens. Persona? Wait, what? That's not what we're playing. Joy for anguish, right? Yuki chapter 3R2. B2.
Komeji is still asleep.
It's taking longer than usual for him to wake up for some reason.
I thought we used the correct dosage, but
knocked him out good.
Perhaps his somnium has taken a toll on him.
Speaking of...
What's going on? Shoma! Where did you go? Shoma!
That was an envelope from Horodori Institute.
Maybe Komeji saw Shoma holding it.
Shoma is related to Horodori Institute somehow?
Horodori Lab. The Horodori Institute of Genetics.
He lied about the hidden message in Ps4 90 pointing to Horodori Institute. Maybe this is related.
No point thinking about it. We'll have to ask Shoma directly.
The problem is whether he'll answer.
Why don't you have Komeji help?
Komeji?
He's
but
sleeping.
He and Shoma are in the middle of a fight. It
That
might
too.
actually have the opposite effect.
But he's still Shoma's father.
Yeah, he should be able to get closer to Shoma's heart than any of us.
I guess so.
Komeji should wake up in about an hour or so.
Then let's go see Shoma as soon as he does.
By the way, don't even think. Oh. You read the tip. By the way, don't even think. You heard the game trap. Don't think. If you forgot about later and explain the situation to him. About how he looked inside his head. I was told about how he saw the envelope with the Herder Institute's secrets document. Hojo told me he saw the content of the envelope. But it was written in German, so he had no idea what it said. I don't know whether Shoma can read German or not. But surely he has to know how to use his translation. I'm reading it so fast. In any case, we had to talk to Shoma. Because I'm scared it's just going to skip. And so I asked Komeji for his assistance. I told him that if he helped us convince Shoma, we'll overlook his possession of a firearm. We're headed to the Enda household along with Komeji, but he was not here. Only his robot.
Looks like Shoma isn't here.
Huh. That's weird. He was definitely here when I left the house.
Maybe he's at the Ferris wheel.
What the?
I have your son. Oh, if you want him back, you know what to do.
It can't be. Terror.
What did you say?
Terror took Shoma.
Komeji, what's going on?
Listen, Terror is the one who kidnapped Shoma. I'm sure of it.
Ryuki, we need to get to Shoma.
Got it. So where is Shoma now?
I found the GPS location on his smartphone. He's at Koto Ariake, the harbor warehouse district.
Komeji.
Shoma! Shoma! What have I done?
Komeji!
He's panicking, poor
I found
guy.
out where Shoma is. I'm going to get him. You stay here.
Yeah, chill with your son's robot.
I'm going to. Please, take me with you.
No, it's too dangerous. You should leave it to the police.
I don't care. I'm Shoma's
Jesus.
father. I can't
That
just
face.
sit here and do nothing.
It's
no use trying to stop me. I'll cling to your bumper with my teeth if I have to.
Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
Fine. We have no time to argue. Let's go.
Well, I guess we'll never know what that message said. By the way, don't think. Oh, okay. What in the world is this? Oh, what kind of soldiers are these? Astronauts?
There! Soma is over there!
Yes, but... he's not inside the van.
How do you know?
I just do.
Just no, trust me. That.
Anyway, what's going on here? The protective suits they're wearing.
They're definitely from Horodori Institute.
Does this mean terror is related to Horodori Institute somehow?
Most likely, yes.
Oh, there he is.
Soma! Soma!
Oh no, he's gonna get himself killed.
Damn it!
Huh? Who's there? Stop! Soma! Give Soma back!
Is that a rocket launcher he's holding? Nice one. KO. Oh, time to stop blasting.
Looks like they have no intention of talking it out.
Ryuki. Take them out.
Roger that.
Behind you!
What the fuck kind of gun are they using?
Tama, help! On it!
Laser gun? Wrecked. And the leg sweep.
Here we go! 3, 2, 1! Yeah!
AC clap. I just went full on John Wick on him. How did he even win that? He was so rounded. They had him. They fucked up. The astronauts.
Ryuki, get Shoma!
Right! Damn!
Soma!
Mizuki? What is she doing here? How convenient, she just showed up with her infamous pipe.
Oh, Soma, Soma, I'm so glad you're okay.
Why is he still not talking?
By the way, are you okay, Missy?
Yeah, I'm totally fine. Hurt about as much as a hard potato chip stabbing my gums.
I'll spare the details, but basically, Mizuki has superhuman physical capabilities. Her combat skills are far greater than yours, too.
Now that you mention it, Mr. Date said something like that before.
Mizuki. Well,
Question mark.
Don't mention it. You help me with my homework and stuff all the time.
Wait a second. Are you Soma's classmate?
Well, yeah.
More importantly, why are you here, Mizuki?
Well, never mind.
Good
I don't think we have
question.
much time to talk.
Oh. The astronaut boys are awake.
Understood. I just received the order. They're all expendable if necessary, including the hostage.
Komeji, please hide inside the van with Shoma. You too, Mizuki.
What? You want me to hide too? You're kidding, right?
You're still in elementary school.
I'll be in middle school in the spring.
That's pretty much the same thing.
Just stay out of this, Ryuki. I'll take care of it myself.
There's no way.
Then, at least don't get in my way.
Da.
Okay, let's go.
Kill them.
No, time for round 2.
Mizuki!
Displaying sights.
Get rid of that blockhead, motherfucker. What? You don't like him?
Thanks, Tama.
You're jealous of his blockhead? Oh, what? Oh my god.
No way!
Ryuki!
Ryuki!
He fell, his knee gave in. The poor old man.
Mizuki!
I didn't expect it to be L1 and R1. I thought it was gonna be the same.
Displaying sights.
You wish you had a blockhead. I believe it. Who wouldn't want a blockhead? Who wouldn't want a square head to show off? Also, what kind of comment is that you said? Leo a bitch. Excuse me? That's so out of nowhere, huh? Holy QTEs. Assassinated. The way they're kicking him.
This boy is my son.
Not even shooting him. They're just bullying him.
Important to me than my own life. Whatever happens, I won't let you lay a finger on him.
Komeji!
It's that woman. How did she just fall from the sky? What?
Dad!
Shoma, are you okay?
Forget about me. What about you, Dad?
Oh, I'm fine. I've been training my body.
Wait, what do you mean the subtitles? Wait, the Twitch subtitles? Da.
So,
Is that what the subtitles said? Sex based? Oh, my Twitch subtitle.
Never mind that now. Look, it's not over yet.
Yeah.
Possible.
How many of them are there?
Yeah, they are something else, the Twitch
Nice
subtitles.
hair and blue hair.
Da.
Take the old man and the boy to the limousine. I'll hold them off.
Then I'm fighting too.
I don't need a kid like you here.
Whoa.
Go home and watch the Milky Moon anime or something.
Milky Moon.
Then do as you wish. But you have to protect yourself. Got it?
What is that outfit? I feel like astronauts.
Okay, let's begin. Run!
Monka, run. Of course he falls. Why wouldn't he fall? What the fuck, man? Down. Got shot in the shoulder. Pep.
Ryuki, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. This hurts about as much as my junior high finals essay being posted on the internet.
You must be on the verge of death then.
Anyway, this isn't looking good. Mizuki and the masked woman are fighting far away from here. They won't be able to assist us.
Then I'll...
No, you have no chance with your injury. And if you don't make it, you'll put Shoma and Komeji in danger.
Then what do I do?
Throw down your weapons. I'm giving you to the count of 3. Otherwise, you all die.
Dot dot dot.
Fine. 1.
Dot dot dot.
2.
Dot dot dot.
3.
Dot dot dot. Oh my god, who is it now? Who the fuck is that? Oh, Date.
Mr. Tate!
Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll explain everything later. More importantly...
How did you know we were here? Just a budget big boss?
Hold on, don't get hasty. I have some preparations to take care of.
That porno mag.
What? Huh?
Uh-huh. I see.
No mag! Let's go! Yeah!
He went Super Saiyan from the porno mag.
And that's that.
But that is literally him. Literally Date. Oh my god. I found me, Ryuki chapter 4, R2. Date's residence. That masked woman is here.
Happy Valentine's Day!
What?
I mean, it's past midnight now, so
Oh.
the date changed.
It's February 14th.
I suppose it's a happy day for you, old man. You did get your boy back after all.
My boy.
But
Dot.
Ryuki,
Don't worry about my injury. Mr. Date gave me first aid.
But you should get to the hospital right away.
Yes, the bleeding may have stopped, but your nerves were damaged. If you leave it like that, the damage might be permanent.
Yeah, I know. But first, I need to ask Shoma something. And? Her, too.
This is where Mr. Date and Misuki live. I considered taking Shoma to the interrogation room. But he would be even less likely to talk in a gloomy place like that. Unless I had to get the first aid for my injured left shoulder. We had to go somewhere relatively close to the warehouse district. With the Date and Misuki's permission, I brought Shoma and Komeji and the master woman to their home. Gotta read it so fast before it goes away. What's your favorite gouge boson? Gravitation. Graviton. Skeptical of the existence of gravitons. I can explain it, but I can explain it without it. I can't read that tip that I missed, right? Oh, not really. Yeah, whatever it was. No, I can't. You may never know what it said. Milky Moon. An anime popular with elementary school girls. Also known as Mill Moon. They have Mill Moon shows at shopping malls and amusement parks. Oh yeah, that's right, we got the Persona thing. Wait, I got another one? Oh, there you go. They didn't go past it. Lamp.
Ryuki, that's not a bra. It's just a lighting fixture.
I know that.
It's a bed. Mitsuki's sitting on it.
Looks like there's something inside.
Magazines.
Oh.
There are a lot of them.
Mr. Date, those magazines and the speaker.
Oh, those. Those are, academic journals I collect as a hobby.
Why would you put them inside the speaker?
Because they're expensive limited editions. What if a robber broke in and stole them, huh?
Where he's hiding all his porno
That's
mags.
Shadow Rabbit.
How do you know?
Oh, well...
Because Mizuki is collecting the merch?
No! Duh.
Date, the hard drive was full again. I had to make space, so I deleted all your cuckoldry videos.
First, I told you, those are husbandry videos. Second, why? Why did you do that?
They probably weren't husbandry videos, were they?
Nope.
The trash can. Trash can. Exactly. That's why I'm telling you to play it, because oh, that's why I want you to play it, because of stuff like that. There's even more of that in the first game. The first game is full of stuff like that.
You hungry or something? Sorry, but there's only a can of beer and some Cleone in there.
Why Cleone?
I keep them as pets.
What? It's an underrated game, that's what it is. An underrated gem of a game. Underrated masterpiece. Full of great, amazing jokes and references. I really feel like you would like it. I really feel like you would like it. Once you get around to it.
She'll only be carrying that for another month or so.
Hey, don't I always tell you not to hang your clothes there? I don't want your old people smell getting on my stuff.
I told you I can't help it. So what if I like oatmeal?
Mr. Date, I don't think that's what she said.
His hearing is already going. Give it a try. Hell yeah, I'd definitely recommend it. The first one first, of course. The one that's just called AYAYA SOMNIUM files.
Wow, Mr. Date, you can lift this?
That's Mizuki's.
Huh? Oh, right.
That's not that surprising. We did just see her in action.
Maybe you can give it a try when you finish Dead Island 2. Unless you have something else on your list. It's the front door. I think we looked at everything. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what you're gonna do. The most silent of hills. It's Mitsuki. You okay?
I'm fine. But really.
Question
Guess I
mark.
should thank you. Thank you for saving me.
Did you say thanks to your dad?
I don't need to hear him say it. As long as Shoma is safe. That's all I want.
Oh, nice. But you're gonna play 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have 1, 2, 3, 4. How you got kidnapped?
I was at home, and those people in the suits, they came barging in. Then they made me inhale some kind of knockout gas.
2, 1, 3, 4.
I was in that warehouse.
Did they ask you anything?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't remember. Maybe it's because of the gas. I was groggy the whole time.
That's fair. Wait, but why in that order? Why? Is there any reason to why 2, 1, 3, 4? One is its own story. 2, I see. Well, I honestly have no idea. I just play them in release order. Oh, in release order of the numbered games, that is. That's a debt collector. The reason why you were at the warehouse.
Well, Date...
Yeah, I asked her to help. I couldn't get there right away, so I sent Mizuki instead. I told her not to start the fight until I got there, but...
Not like I had a choice. Shoma was about to be taken away in that van.
Thank you.
For what?
If you didn't show up when you did, I don't think we could have saved Shoma. So...
Don't sweat it. That was nothing to me.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Excuse me?
Yuki, you better not be getting any funny ideas.
No, it's not about me. It's about Shoma.
Oh, that's the question mark.
I thought you and him are kind of a nice match. If you don't have a boyfriend, why don't you and Shoma...
What? Are you stupid? I don't know what you're talking about. It's inexplicable, incomprehensible, impossible. Even if I were to reincarnate 100 million times, the possibility of that happening...
What?
Here.
What?
It's chocolate. Delegura chocolate. Because it's Valentine's Day and all.
Thanks.
Aw.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Did you just
Look
have
at
that on him?
Shoma's a ladies' man. Makes sense considering he's got my blood in him.
He doesn't have your square head though for some reason. But the envelope from Hereditary Institute. Oh, show him about the fact that it looked inside Kojima's head. Then he saw the envelope containing Hereditary Institute's secret documents there.
Can you tell me how you're linked to Horridori
Shut up,
Institute?
blockhead. Yes, be quiet, blockhead.
Shoma, answer him.
Sorry, but I don't want to talk about that.
Why not?
Because I don't.
Oh, okay. Where's the envelope from Horridori Institute?
I burned it, so
What?
I don't have it anymore.
How's your injury?
Like I told you, it's nothing to worry about. Little injury like this won't bother me now that Shoma's back. Though, there is something I lost in all this.
Question
I
mark.
seem to have dropped something at the warehouse district. It was something very precious to me.
Oh no.
Well, anyway, don't worry about it. You gain some, you lose some. That's just how it is.
Oh no. Did he drop his gift? Or the gift that he got from his son a long time ago? I'm happy for you.
This is all thanks to you, Mr. Ryuki. And, of course, everyone else here. Thank you all so much.
About the debt collectors.
Oh, wait, Mr. Ryuki. Not in front of Shoma.
Oh,
Okay,
we're gonna talk about this in the corner.
Why are you bringing this up now?
I was just a bit curious as to why you took on so much debt. Is it related to women by chance?
What?
What?
For example,
Exactly.
maybe you're addicted to cabaret clubs.
What's that? I thought I heard something. Couldn't just ignore it.
How do you have such good hearing?
He just reacts to certain keywords.
So, what's this about cabaret clubs?
I was just saying that Komeji might be...
Don't be ridiculous. There's no way I could be addicted to something like that.
Oh,
Addicted to
speaking of,
women.
Komeji, I heard you're a regular at Sunfish Pocket.
What?
A friend of mine told me you go there all the time. According to him, there's a mermaid there that you're really into.
Ah, so you know. You got me. I'm embarrassed to admit I'm so into maid cafes at this age. But yes, you're right. I go there often. But the money problem has nothing to do with that. The debt is from my living expenses. That's just how little I've been earning lately. In order to pay my debt, I had to borrow even more. Before I knew it, the interest snowballed out of control. Anyway, I don't want to talk about this right now. So please.
Sure. It's the blockhead. It's the masked woman. What's that doing? He seems to be in deep thought. Thinking about someone?
Yeah, I was just thinking about Leon.
What?
I was
Why
with him in
him?
Golden Yokocho right before I went to the warehouse district.
That's right. You know him too.
I met him when I was drinking at Brahmin. One thing led to another, and we started talking about each other's collection of literature. He seemed pretty proud of his collection. As two kindred souls sharing the same hobby, we lost track of time discussing our love of reading. We even promised to trade our most precious belongings. We've been sworn brothers ever since. Oh, but that's not what we're talking about today. There was something I wanted to ask him about the HB case.
You've been investigating too, Mr. Date?
I'm on vacation, so I'm just doing it on my own time. I can't get this case out of my head.
What did you talk about with Lean?
Certain rumor regarding Horridori Institute.
I asked Mr. Date about the discussion. It was all information I already had. I didn't learn anything new.
No matter how you slice it, there's no doubt that Horridori Institute is involved in the case somehow.
Yes, the Institute and Terror are closely related. The previous incident proves it.
But what's their connection?
The QR video was based on Ps4. And Ps4 was created by Nyes on Tokiko's orders. Tokiko knew the director of Horridori Institute, Chikara Horridori.
In other words, Nyes, Tokiko, Chikara, and Horridori Institute are all connected.
And Terror is somewhere in there. Or maybe Terror is the one who's orchestrating it all.
I'd like to hear your thoughts, Mr. Date. About AYAYA.
She still hasn't come home. Supposedly, she's on a top-secret mission from Boss.
Boss. We miss Aiba. Miss good old Aiba. What was with your burst of power during that fight?
Oh, that. It awoke in me in 3rd grade. I was walking alone through a deep forest behind my elementary school. It was my shortcut to get home. When suddenly, inside a depression behind some bushes, I noticed a lone magazine. It was a porno mag someone threw away.
Oh, what
the
the fuck?
pages were all crusty and whatnot.
Oh god.
I crouched down, and my heart was pounding in my ears as I turned the pages, using a branch. Anyway, that's when it happened. I felt a stinging pain on my right ankle. I jumped up in surprise, and there I saw a white snake. I didn't know what kind. I was just a kid. But even then, I could tell that snake had deadly venom. About 3 seconds later, I was out like a light. They found me out there the next morning. I was on the verge of death for 3 days and 3 nights, but I managed to pull through. And that is how I acquired my pornomag powers.
You mean it was a side effect from the snake venom?
No, it was more of a mental thing. I had a near-death experience immediately after experiencing a pornomag for the first time. As a result, Eros and Thanatos inside me, libido and destrudo, they merged together in total harmony. In other words, I've come to be acutely aware of death whenever I get aroused. To put it in even simpler terms, I'm pushed to the verge of death whenever I see a pornomag. You know how humans can exert tremendous power in life or death situations? It's because the adrenaline triggers a fight or flight response. The same thing happens when I see a pornomag. My brain's processing speed increases by 3.6 times in order to avoid death, dramatically improving my reflexes.
Just that. Everyone is so lost.
Sorry. I know that story was dark. As if I've touched upon a great evil.
You're touched in the head.
You can touch upon my great evil.
Oh god. Oh, I can talk about pornomags. Yeah. Like I said, there's even more of that in the first game. And there's even more here. The reason you like pornomags.
You nearly die when you see pornomags, don't you? So then why?
Ah, excellent question. I'll answer with a question of my own. Why does a mountain climber seek the top of the tallest peaks? Why does a surfer want to ride the most monstrous of waves? Why do people climb up the highest buildings to do parkour or whatever? Why do they do such reckless things?
For the thrill?
Yeah, it's how they know they're alive. They can experience firsthand the wonder of life itself. That is the reason I continue to climb the mountain known as pornography.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna change my last name.
I think that would be a good idea.
What's the normal sentence to say?
That is the reason I continue to climb the mountain known as pornography.
Yep. Very normal thing to say. Of course. Oh, is it gonna tell me what a pornomag is? Oh. Eros, Phantom's libido, destrudo. Technical interpretation is subjective, but basically Eros and libido are the desire to live and reproduce. Thanatos and destrudo are the desire to die. Oh, fuck, this man is horny. Yeah, and he's even more horny in the first game. He was only supposed to surveil this location. Now, what makes it even better is that I don't know if you've noticed, but he sounds a bit familiar. The reason you're at the warehouse.
I contacted him before going to the warehouse district.
Oh.
It's always good to have allies backing you up, right?
But Mr. Date is on vacation.
If my precious subordinate is in trouble, I'll come flying to the rescue.
Thank you. You've always been so good to me. I've always wanted to repay you somehow, but
Don't worry about it. As long as I have breath in my lungs, I won't need your help. But when I die someday, I'll need you to do me a solid.
That's a question mark.
When I die, I want you to wipe the hard drive on my computer.
How about I bust it open for you right now?
No, please don't.
I'll happily do that. Don't worry about that. Why don't you die? Want you to wipe the hard drive of my computer. Well, what's on your hard drive, Mr. Date? What's on your computer, huh? What do you got on this thing? I'd like to hear your thoughts, Mr. Date.
Me?
Da.
No, there's not much I want to say.
Oh.
I don't want to confuse you by telling you something that I don't know for sure. I'll let you know once I get a bit more info.
Got it. That woman. Are you going to take off your mask?
No, I will not.
Oh,
Though I
okay.
guess it would be more accurate to say I cannot. Not yet.
Such a
This
question mark.
mask is secured in place by an extremely powerful special adhesive developed by NASA. If you
What?
try to take it off by force, it would take my skin with it.
What? Come on.
That sounds really bad for your skin.
But you said not yet, right?
Yes, there is a way to remove it.
So why not do it now?
I am a woman of beauty beyond compare. If I remove this mask, blood would erupt from the noses of the 4 men here, and they would die of blood loss. In other words, I'm saving your lives by keeping this mask on. Quite kind of me. Wouldn't you agree?
My Tomaguchi. What's your favorite pairing? Switch. I don't think I like it. I'm not close to done asking the questions. I'm curious about everyone else's answers, so I'll go to Drone GL World line. I'll be going now. Oh, at least I managed to get another one now. Different one we haven't had before. Can you answer me questions so I can become an adult? What would you do if you got questioned by the police? Run. That's the worst thing you can do. You're gonna get caught. There's another one he can become here. Hey, it's the Govman. Good old Gov with the raid. Appreciate the raid, Mr. Gov. What were we up to today? Hey, the Gov raid, he is here. Oh my god.
Are you okay? Did you catch a cold?
It's just one of his stupid jokes.
Hey, I'm the one that should be telling the dad jokes.
Everyone's laughing. Got the whole room laughing. Thinking about something?
Time. I'm thinking about the passage of time.
Time?
Time goes by so quickly. ...
Seriously, what is with that woman?
She helped us earlier, but that doesn't necessarily mean we can trust her. Why don't you take a peek?
Wing-sync, huh?
Take a peek? Is it even gonna work? Maybe the mask protects her. What?
Today is February 11th.
A nurse?
National Foundation Day, isn't it? But the doctor decided to give you a special consultation anyway. You should thank him. But I have to say, the doctor is at fault too. That was a bit harsh. Oh, well, about your remaining life expectancy.
Oh, she's gonna die soon?
This may not offer much comfort.
Why are you looking at her
for me, but
feet?
Please don't feel too down. The doctor's diagnosis isn't always correct.
That was...
She seems to have some sort of illness.
Well, how is the confusing game? Well, right now it's quite chill. Right now, we've just kind of been talking about Porno Max before you joined. Before you raided. And we were just in a huge showdown with a bunch of astronauts looking guys. Until Mitsuki and Date and this mysterious woman came to save us. And helped me save these two. Thank God you raided after that. No, it would have been perfect if you raided right in the middle of all the porno mag talking. Right in the middle of the porno mag convo. Honestly, so you bished out on it. You bished out on a good talk. The pinned message is scaring you. Hey, I'm not the one that said that. That was Dante. Dante is just doing God's work. No, I'm just helping him. I'm just helping him spread his message. I'm just helping him spread the message to the people. You feeling okay?
Why do you ask?
No reason.
You saw me fight earlier, didn't you? I am perfectly healthy. There's nothing wrong with me.
I see. That's good.
Nice yellow slippers. And you're good at being converted. Well, that's where you're wrong. Listen, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. It's inevitable. Everyone will play DBD. The whole world will play DBD. DBD will take over the whole universe. Even aliens will be playing it. The reason why you went to the warehouse district.
I didn't go there. I was there already.
What?
I'd rather not have to deal with you laboring under a false impression. So I'll give you some information.
But you came from the sky.
I've been independently looking into the genome editing research at Horodori Institute.
At Horodori Institute?
Yes. I've been trying to get a handle on the movements of the researchers there. They made their move just a few hours ago. They mobilized a big group of them into the warehouse district. So I climbed on a crane and watched the events unfold.
Oh.
You mean you were just watching as Ryuki and I were fighting?
Yes, but I realized that if I didn't step in, the old man and his boy would be killed. That's why I helped. Aren't I generous?
Thank you. You thank her too, Shoma.
Genome editing research?
I told you I'd give you some information. That's the extent of what I'll tell you.
Why?
Because someone here may be leaking intel to the Institute.
Yeah, you told her that's ridiculous and stop myself. Because...
I asked a lot of questions, but what I'm most curious about is the relationship between Shoma and Horodori Institute.
Do you intend to sink?
It's all I can do.
What about the hospital?
How long do you think I can last?
You do realize that you should be getting medical attention as soon as possible? But I guess there's no point trying to convince you. Knowing you, you're going to do it anyway, aren't you?
Thank you. I'm blessed to have such an understanding partner.
Jeez.
Shoma, there's one thing I want to ask you. Will you let me look inside your mind?
What?
Shoma? I think it's a good idea too. Could you help Mr. Ryuki out?
This is all out of nowhere.
Why
Yes,
not
let me look
help
inside
him?
your brain.
Ryuki and your dad saved your life. You need to repay the debts you owe. It's just the right thing to do.
Fine. Then...
Let's do it. And you got your student loan. Yeah, but then you got a little nice extra bonus money. Can't complain none. Can't complain about a nice little bonus.
The The machine looks pretty intimidating seeing it like this. I'm getting a bit nervous.
But you already have experience with it.
It was
There's
for
nothing to worry
food.
By the way, about
It was
Horror
for your
Institute.
free plain
We started searching
pizzas.
the place. We have the staff in custody now, and they're being questioned over at HQ.
But they're all refusing to talk. It's going to take some time to get info out of them.
Ryuki, about your shoulder.
It's fine.
I'm a
Please
bonus.
begin.
Thank you.
Pewter.
Very well.
I'm guessing you did. Getting ready for...
Ryuki,
what is it,
are you
Tuesday?
ready?
No, first day?
Yes, I'm good to go.
All right then. Let's begin.
First day, midnight. 90 quid, that's a lot. What do you get with the deluxe edition? Anything crazy? Anything special? It comes out Friday. Yeah, but you said you were gonna play it at midnight, right? Oh, midnight first day. A whole lot of nothing. What? It's just like cosmetics and stuff.
This is Shoma's house.
A stereotypical home. Hey, Tama, can you pretend to be a newlywed wife?
What?
Why?
I'll give you 4,000 yen.
That's an eerily specific amount.
Please, I need you to be a wife.
Fine, I'll do it. Hi, baby. I was waiting for you. Do you want some dinner? Or a bath? Or maybe... meat?
Thank you.
What?
Magnifico.
Anyway, this dream world is a little dull.
Yeah, there's a melancholy feel to it. Maybe this is Shoma's state of mind.
He's holding something dark inside. In cases like this, if we solve his somnium, he might open up to us.
Yeah, good idea. And we might find out how Horodori Institute is involved in all this.
Somnium scan. Activate.
Mental lock one. I read a jacket. You get 2 cosmetic packs. Nice. That's about it. Just 2 cosmetic packs. Well, they better be some good-looking cosmetics. There's 5 locks on this one. Jeez. And I recover Shoma's memories. Shoma seems to know the secret of Horodori Institute. Repairing his wounded heart, you might discover repressed memories. It's still not funny. What do you mean it's still not funny? I can only look at one thing.
That's the suit Andy's Komeji always wears.
Is this all he has?
Smell. Smell it.
I'm an AI ball. I have no sense of smell.
But you can detect smell, right? I mean, we are in a dream.
I don't know about
Website,
this.
it's Trigger Fire. Trigger Fire.
Huh. Something is weird. I figured it would have that old people smell. But this smells like Bose and Vegana.
I mean, don't old people like that cologne?
No problem, Mr.
Komeji's
Junior.
outfit.
Tickle it.
Tickle, tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Hey, hey, you like this, right? Tickle, tickle.
I know this was my idea, but it was a bad idea.
Thought Shoma might have a memory of being tickled, but it didn't work.
Should we be more direct?
Happened. Shoma used to to the world, Okay.
Komeji's outfit.
Oh, so you can look like those? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool cosmetic. That's...
Why?
Nothing is better to heal Shoma's heart than a smile. So...
Okay, leave it to me. Dad! Why did you
What?
disappear on me?
Literally disappeared?
So this is a brand new 10,000 yen bill.
This world is becoming more and more cashless.
Look, an invisible man.
No, he's just naked from the waist down.
What?
You know, this might have the opposite effect.
Why? People watching on the TV were going crazy.
He's being bullied.
Dad is so
No.
unfunny. Huh? Yeah, Andy's Komeji sucks, and you've never made us laugh either.
Hold on, we used to...
Yeah, lameness must be genetic. So true.
Come on,
Now
man, that's fucked up.
We don't want to contract your unfunny disease, so we're gonna stay away from you.
Oh, being bullied. Fucked up.
Stupid Dad. Why me?
This happened to Shoma.
Even from a young age, he's had it rough.
I hate this world. It's all fake. The only thing I can believe in is the world I make.
Shoma rejected the real world. He decided he belonged in a world of his own creation.
For him, the world he created was the real world.
Hey, we can inspect that model.
At the DLCs from now. I'd be really surprised if they give the DLCs for free to the deluxe owners. I'd be really surprised if they do that. Since it is EA after all. But one can hope to at least get some value out of the deluxe edition. It's that expensive. Shoma used to but closest heart due to his environment weighing him down on him. But that long
Is this a model of a house?
Tama, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What the?
Is that Shoma?
Oh,
from
we're
earlier?
inside this little
Seems like he went inside that model.
house.
It looks just like Shoma's house from earlier, but the colors are more vibrant here.
Maybe that symbolizes his belief that this artificial world is the real world. Those are the clothes Shoma ripped up earlier, but it looks like cardboard.
Maybe it's a wound in Shoma's heart.
I bet we have to do something with this. Let's fix it.
3 days to 30 hours of gameplay. Well, time to do 10 hours every day. 10 hours of gameplay every day to catch up. Shoma began and became actions in his as well. 6 with scissors. Tape.
The best thing for fixing a tear? Tape.
Yeah, I don't think I'll have enough time to
I did it!
try out the new Minecraft game.
Turn back to the original outfit.
They'll have to wait till after Star
We
Wars.
used to play together.
God of energy, Inti, Pachaka Max.
We used to laugh together.
Hey, that's no fair.
Laughed.
Look, Andy's is the best.
Stupid Dad.
You love Star Wars enough? Yeah, you could easily do. 30 hours in 3 days. Remembered my father. Still not funny, but it's not cool. John began making his own world and became a
I wonder if that really happened.
Maybe he tucked away the good memories in the world he created.
The painful memories were played too, not just the good memories.
Yeah. Poor kid's heart.
Even deep down, those painful memories remain. Shoma and his dad need to have an honest heart-to-heart.
This like that scares you. You don't got time for that.
Looks like we made it
You're
out of the
busy
bottle.
with Star Wars.
It's an
TV.
older model TV.
What's protruding out of the top?
It looks like a spout or something.
So we need to pour something in there?
I don't know. Maybe it's just for show.
Laugh. Well, that maybe could be the right option. Exactly. You got Star Wars to play. You don't got time for no assignments. Star Wars is more important.
You want me to
Oh wait,
laugh
there was
at
an eyeball back there.
Yeah, I was thinking it could bring back memories of the father and son laughing together.
Okay. Huh? I heard laughter from the TV.
Should we turn it on?
I need to grab the eyeball first.
That's
Hey,
TV
100 eyeballs.
with a weird protrusion.
Turn on.
And just like that.
Shoma.
God of laughter, lucky, happy, Panchaka Max! Look at what you did. You really ruined the atmosphere.
Moderator.
God of apologies. Sorry. Enough already. You're past your prime. I can't even stand you.
Jesus.
That was so uncool. Why does he have to be my dad?
Hit it with a screwdriver, goddamn.
That's what comes from being a comedian's son, I guess.
But he shouldn't blame Komeji for that.
I wonder if we can change Shoma's heart by going inside the model.
Deep down, he still loves to laugh. Why did you have to be my dad? We think of AI. Amazing. Not really. Wow. Oh, because you're size of your mother. That's why he has to be your dad. Nurse. This likes dirty talk. Perverts. Shameless people. Skills. Super fast shaving. Hobbies feature. Wait, what? I may have said her age was 24 somewhere before, but that was in base 16. In base 10, her age is actually 46. Her actual age. She's in a feeder group. The hell do you mean base 16, base 10? What? Huh?
Ryuki, you have 5 minutes left.
Gotcha, boss. 5 minutes still? We've only spent a minute so far? Pretty good.
Alright, we made it back into the model.
Come to think of it, we haven't found anything on Horridori Institute yet.
We need to help Shoma first.
Good point. We can't leave him like this. Huh. Is that?
Shoma was stabbing it with the screwdriver earlier. Did the hole get bigger?
We should fix this, too.
How are we gonna fix that? So, Shoma began making his own world and became detached from reality. Actions in his creation. That as well. Nothing back here, right?
This is probably Komeji's suitcase.
I'm guessing it's for his props.
Tickle. Go on vacation? Wait, I like that one.
Huh? Suitcases are used for travel, right? Maybe Shoma has memories of going on a trip.
Probably not.
Yeah, sure. Shoma, we're going to Machu Picchu. I'm gonna train my comedy skills at a World Heritage Site.
He's so sad. ...
Wait, can they even afford to go to Machu Picchu?
I never specified Machu Picchu.
Yeah. No need to help me, game. I just wanted to see if anything funny would happen.
Komeji's suitcase.
Open it.
No good. It's not opening.
Komeji's suitcase.
Exactly. He's so sad, though. Yeah, we never went on a vacation. My dad could never afford that. There's no way Tickle is the right option. Tickle the suitcase. Yes, you do. What the fuck?
Stop! It tickles!
He's laughing so much.
There's something inside.
Oh my god, tickling was actually the right answer.
A drawing of Komeji's face?
I wonder
Yes,
if
you
Shoma
do. That's how
drew
you
it.
open a briefcase, right? Let's give it a good old tickle.
It's a drawing of Komeji's face.
A stab. Cut out. Ball up and throw. Yeah, it's completely normal. That's how I open my briefcases too. Just give them a good old tickle, and they laugh like crazy and open up. Cut out.
You want me to cut it out? You idiot! I can't cut something important like this.
Jeez, you don't have to yell. I have an idea. Can you cut out just his face?
If this ends up hurting Shoma, I'm going to cut your face out.
Monka W.
Yeah.
Okay, done.
Try covering the hole in the TV with it.
Oh, perfect. I thought she was gonna cut his head out, like as a square, but no. He did it in a circle.
God of apologies. Sorry. Enough already. You're past your prime. I can't even stand you.
That last track.
Seasons. Warm, hot, chilly, cold. Wow, you're just forcing it now. You're past your prime.
It's the chat room watching the stream.
He has no sense for comedy. Why does he try so hard?
Exactly. Everyone's response. Every time I tell a comedian joke. Every time I tell a joke. This is what the chat room thinks. Why are we laughing? Because we're being a comedian.
He has no sense for comedy. Why does he try so hard?
Bash your pride. What the fuck? Just leave already. Right off the stream, you boomer. Remember my feelings as a poet. Doesn't fit. Comedy? Oh, that's a good one. What comedy? There's no comedy around here. Guy thinks she's a comedian? No, there's no comedy to be found around here. Yeah, the wrong channel. You're looking for comedy.
He's conflicted. He wants him to do well, but he doesn't want to see him anymore.
We came back.
Why am I laughing? This isn't how I really feel. This can't be true. It's all lies.
Shoma is confused.
Huh. We can't go inside the model anymore. The sign for interaction is gone too. Maybe Shoma is starting to accept reality.
Right. We did fix a lot of things. He's starting to comprehend what's real and what's artificial.
4 minutes now.
Mental luck 15. God, thank God it's only 5.
It says something. Let's see. Your dad is not funny.
Oh.
From now on, your name is Lamo Enda.
No.
Nice to meet you, Lamo Enda.
You stupid kids! Fuck off! Stop making fun of him!
Relax, Tama.
This isn't real. It's all fake. Everything in this world is fake. All fake. I'm fake. Everything is fake.
Fake, fake, fake.
Yeah. That's it. I just need to make everything fake.
I don't believe it.
Shoma.
This is not reality. Maybe on the other
He
side.
can't tell what's real.
I thought we were close to a breakthrough, but his imagination is running away with him even more.
This house we're in is just a model. No. Everything is fake. This made-up world is fake. Reality itself is fake. Everything is fake. There's nothing we can do.
What? Why are you giving up, huh? We still have time!
Sorry. You're right. It's too early to give up.
We almost had to like da-da-da and stop da-da-da. Linguistics
It's a
notebook.
linguistics textbook. It says Enda on it.
Fix with a pen and fix with scissors. Doesn't cause anything.
This is Komeji's comedy material notebook. It's really worn out.
You could tape fix with folder fed. Hold on.
This is
They want the eyeball.
Is that?
That? An eye.
It's a math notebook. Part of it is blacked out.
Picture that eraser. Science. Social studies, well. I mean, I guess it can't hurt to try.
This is Komeji's comedy material notebook. It's really worn out.
Holding fan tape. This one isn't even like worth using on any of this. They should have fixed it with tape.
That makes sense. The notebook is ripped. It's done.
Oh,
This can't be
nice
fixed
tape you got
normally.
there.
Do we even need to fix the notebook?
That's like his name and stopped. So what, I need to fix everything related to him, but not his dad?
It's a linguistics textbook. It says Enda on it.
And that's him. The sun, but what does this say then?
Science textbook. There's no name on it.
Here's a magnifying glass fixed with a screwdriver. Well, what if we do them I should try the magnifying glass on this. Why not?
How are we supposed to fix this?
Why don't you flip through it first?
Anything? Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
Whoa! It's on fire!
Extinguisher!
Do we have that? Oh, that we fixed it with fire.
The book is fixed.
Seems good, man.
Right. That's it, though. Nothing special about it.
I'm sure it has something to do with being picked on because of his name.
His name, huh?
Start writing his name and his belongings. Oh.
It's a social studies textbook. It's barely been used.
Mixed with a toy hammer. With whiteout? Oh.
There's nothing written in it, so there's nothing to be fixed with whiteout.
Just smear some more on there.
At random?
I know. What's the worst that could happen?
Huh. It got fixed. What happened?
I get it. You fixed history.
What?
And...
Well,
according to Shoma's memory, I think it has to do with his name.
His name, huh?
It's a math notebook. Part of it is blacked out.
The name's already blacked out. What? So they fix it with glue? What is that to fix, though?
If you glue it together, you won't be able to open it.
Just try it.
Maybe
Please.
he doesn't want to open it.
Fine. Huh? It's not sticking.
Maybe the notebook is rejecting the glue.
It's a math notebook.
Hmm.
Part of it is blacked out.
Maybe you have to erase it then. Fix with eraser.
I'm going to erase the blacked out parts.
Unless, maybe this one doesn't even have to be touched.
Shoma Enda.
No.
Dad, why is my name Shoma?
Oh, you want to know how you got your name? You know, I actually wanted to spell the show part of your name with the kanji for laughter. It was going to be spelled with the character for laughter and shine, like a shining smile. But when I told your sister, she said, "Why don't you use it as your stage name?"
Sister.
I need to brush up on my comedy.
Yeah, you do.
Everybody's a critic. Anyway, I decided to change the kanji for your name.
When
Kanji
did
for
he mention
show
that he had
could
a
be
sister?
Congratulatory or mean happiness. I was so happy when you were born, I made it a part of your name. But to me, you still have the laughter in there. Because I wanted you to stay smiling forever.
Oh, nice.
Oh, this is so embarrassing. Stop making me talk about it. God of shyness. Oh no, please. Not the spotlight.
Stop that.
Oh, sorry.
Laughter and happiness. But smiling doesn't suit me. This name.
Hi, Edgelord. Remember who Shomer is inside. That was only the third one. God damn, got two more. Remember who Shomer is inside. I don't want to accept it, but I don't believe nice teaching and believes the world is fake. Expressing his feelings, the world has lost its color.
I think it's a good name. That's why smiles suit him well.
Yeah, we need to convince him.
I don't need this memory. I don't need this name. It all hurts. I'm not even real. The world, Dad, it's all fake.
Oh, the rooftop amusement park.
The barber said they're waiting for the ear to come on down. God of haircuts,
What?
snip, snip. Oops, got your ear.
What was the
Stop.
joke there?
It's not funny.
Not the trophy.
A lot of factors led to him becoming an introvert.
I'd like to fix every little thing, but the trophy Shoma destroyed disappeared.
Can you find something like it? There has to be something.
You have 3 minutes left, Ryuki. Focus.
The robot.
It's a mono-wheel robot Shoma made.
There's something under the tire.
I wonder if it'll move out of the way.
Beat up. No, just smile at it.
Yeah, it may only be a robot, but we need to show it love. Hey, Mr. Robot. Get out of the way.
You're downright bipolar.
What is he doing? Is he confused? Wait, it actually worked.
Oh, it's reacting. It's a ripped piece of paper.
All he needed was a little smile.
Kotatsu.
Mr. Robot. Shoma da-da-da. However, now he da-da-da and has da-da-da. I think she picked it up. The fridge? What's in the fridge?
A refrigerator.
I want to open the door.
Prop comedy. Lift. Lift the fridge.
Oh, surprisingly
Wait,
light.
there was actually something under it. Oh, it's his toy.
Isn't that?
Atta Rooster turned into Flatter Rooster.
What was that?
Good question. Shoma da-da-da. However, now he da-da-da and has thrown away that memory.
It's an old dresser.
Wish we could look inside.
Comedy too.
What?
Oh, no, I didn't mean to skip all.
Hey, do you think we could have just opened it normally?
Accidentally put the controller down and hit R2.
What do you want me to do?
Just go with the flow. Do it.
Your instructions are way too vague. The other day, I hit my heart on the corner of the dresser and I thought my pinky toe was gonna explode. Other way around. Hey, do you think we could...
Could just open it normally.
I guess we could have.
There's something inside. Ripped origami?
Let's leave it on top of the kotatsu.
Shoma, did I have it now? Well, he does not accept his dad and has thrown away that memory. Oh, hold up. My Tamaguchi's back. How do you like your engine poopy supply there? What are you talking about? Talking about roast pig. What? I became a child. Tell me more. God damn it. Became another Mitsuki. I think I need to make the next one crazy. I don't think we've had that. Huh.
There's miso soup inside.
What? Everything is heat up, excuse me. Oh, I guess we're making miso soup.
I can't move!
Are you paralyzed?
It's poisoned. What in the hell?
Atta Rooster. What is this? you doing this? What are you doing?
Why?
No. Ryuki! Help me,
Gonna
Ryuki!
murder her. Oh. Add a rooster jump scare.
What's going on?
Outside now.
Rooster.
At
You only
the
have 2 minutes. Hurry, Ryuki.
rooster.
It's a normal
Wait, what now? What?
refrigerator.
Prop comedy? Well, regardless, it's gonna make it cost 1. Did you see that? What the hell? Random add a rooster jump scare.
We're gonna do a prop skit, Tama.
Again?
It'll be good this time.
It's gonna bring back some sad memories again. Alright, I'm going to escape this uninhabited island on this.
That's a raft?
What? A third form?
An enemy who gets stronger when they get smaller?
What time do you think it is?
Morning. In the Showa era.
Hey, look!
What?
This is squishy.
A kind of mighty hammer.
Oh, Mama, you have a place here too?
Oh my
Marble's
god.
second branch. Whew. Seems like the grading scale for laughs was lower this time.
Maybe it was always open.
Yeah. Why didn't we just try to
Oh,
open it?
it's a ripped piece of paper.
Let's leave it on top of the kotatsu.
Do I have all the pieces? Shoma gave his dad a gift to support him. However, now he does not accept his dad and threw away that memory. Hey.
This ripped paper must have some significance.
Dante is numbing on some pizza. Eee. Getting fat on some delicious pizza. Are you gonna share with the rest of the class?
Should we try to repair it? It is one sheet. The tears match up.
Let's try putting it together.
Fix with eraser, fix with tissue, fix pen, fix with tape. The table, obviously, right?
Tape, of course.
And before, that's not right. Well, it was. Why was the fridge laughing? Because they were telling jokes.
Max?
The fridge really liked it. Earlier we made a briefcase laugh. It's because we're in this crazy SOMNIUM world. Basically, we're inside the kid's brain right now. We're inside his consciousness. And by telling a joke, we made the fridge laugh. Very normal, as you do. It looked like a cookie. It kind of did. I think it's a paper star, though.
Oh!
What the hell?
Good luck, Dad.
No, he destroyed it.
This is all lies. It's fake. I don't want to see it anymore. It always hurts. He made fun of me. I'm nothing. Save me. Please save me. Make the hurt go away. I need to get out.
Oh,
I
Shoma.
need to escape these lies. Why? Why does everything look like so real? If it wasn't fake. If it was real the whole time.
Yeah, poor kid.
Is my pain real too?
Ooh, real. Aware. What about my feelings of acceptance? Honestly, I want to laugh.
Tama, you okay?
Yeah, somehow. I didn't think that memory was going to be that bad.
Why did Shoma have such a negative reaction?
Sometimes the best memories make the hurtful ones worse. If you're not in a good place, the last thing you want to do is look back on all the times that were better. Shoma doesn't want to see how he was back then. Back before his heart was broken. That's how he stays sane.
That must be hard.
How much time do we have? Yeah, still a good amount.
The medal we fixed earlier.
Ah! I'm not young anymore.
Dad! Dad! Dad, you're the winner in my eyes!
Aw.
Super duper gold medal! You were amazing!
Wow! Now this is a super duper gold medal. Thank you, Shoma.
Super duper gold medal.
Maybe if we use that. Can you hold the medal?
I'll try.
Wait, what? Oh, the kitchen.
That robot's chest part is open. I think it's busted.
Maybe if we fix it, Shoma will be healed too.
Fit gold medal. For Jimmy's routine. Yeah, fix the gold medal.
This is the gold medal?
Yeah, wedge it into the chest area there.
Roger that.
Right in here.
It worked. It's alive.
I have to pay you back for giving me such a nice gold medal, Shoma. I congratulate Shoma Enda for coming first in the championship of gold medal making.
Wow! It's a robot! Shoma, you've noticed it, haven't you? The feeling I've been holding inside. You ignored your dad, and you ignored your feelings, didn't you? Stop! I don't want to see anymore! I've had enough! Shoma, no one is laughing! I accepted it. Stupid. You're wrong. That stupid job. That's not true. He should quit. That's not what you want. He's a shitty father.
Whoa.
You don't think that?
Oofa, man.
About anything. You should know. What you really want to say. Dad, I love you.
No.
I'm home to the max! I thought there was an earthquake today, but it was just the studio shaking with laughter at my jokes! Huh? What's wrong, Shoma?
Hey, Dad. I think I understand you a little more now. I think I understand me more, too. I've wanted to say I'm sorry for so long.
It's okay, Shoma.
A comedian is the coolest job ever.
Hell yeah.
And I'm so proud of you, Dad.
You are? Really? Thank you, my son.
This world isn't fake. My heart feels so warm inside right now. This feeling has to be real. I know this world has to be real.
He got it back. His heart. He should be able to open up more now.
Yeah, you're right. You know, Shoma does look best when he's smiling.
Oh, what a wholesome ending to the Somnium. Remember my true feelings. The fuck is that trophy name? Schwab. What? Okay. Past its Ken Ryuki chapter 4 Back in the Ferris wheel.
I feel like I've been dreaming for a long, long time. And it's a painful dream. Such a nice view.
Yeah.
Sure is. City. He's looking at me with an expression as if weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Are you like the Ferris wheel at night?
It's not bad. You should have let my dad on too.
He's waiting in a corner of the park. I thought it would be easier for you to talk if we were alone.
No, that's not true. Things are different now.
Good for him. Looks like the chastity belt of his heart has unlocked.
We showed the security guard at the Mshano police IDs to get in here. We told him this was regarding the investigation. He did let us through. The main power demution pack is still on, and the key to the Ferris wheel control board is still stuck in the ignition. So it would be easy to move this. Class up. Prison Gob. Class B2 will be free. Oh wait, there was another one. Hold on, go back. Got that jump scare thing too. There we go. But your relationship with Orignally Institute.
It all started with the test. The results from my health checkup at my elementary school came back abnormal, so they wanted to do more tests. But instead of the hospital, I was taken to Orignally Institute.
The test results show that you have some very special genetic abnormalities in your DNA. It's extremely rare. Only 1 in hundreds of thousands of people has it. One day, and it will be soon, you will fall ill to an incurable disease, and it will take your life. The only way for you to survive is to receive gene therapy through genome editing here at this institute.
So I started going to Orignally Institute, but it wasn't true. Not really.
What do you mean?
About that envelope. I stole it from the institute. found it on my doctor's desk. It said it was top secret, so I thought it must be super important. So, I grabbed it and put it in my pocket. Inside the envelope was pieces of paper with writing all over it. It was written in German, but I managed to figure out what it was saying by using a translation app. There actually wasn't anything wrong with my genes. It was all for the sake of research. Orignally Institute was rewriting my genetic code. They used me for human experiments.
Fucked up.
When I found out, I talked to Director Orignally, but he acted like he did nothing wrong.
Why are you upset with me? You should be grateful. Your body is now special thanks to genome editing. Also, I would advise against pulling out of the experiments now. Your body is still in a transitionary stage. It needs regular testing and medication. If you stop now, all the cells in your body will falter and dissolve.
Kind of genetic modifications.
I don't know. The papers in the envelope didn't have any details, and Director Orignally didn't tell me anything.
Do you notice any changes in your body?
No, not really. It's the same as usual.
Does your father know about this?
I don't think so. I haven't told him. I didn't want him to worry about it, and Director Orignally threatened me not to.
This should go without saying, but I want you to keep this a secret. Don't tell the police, your family, anyone. If you do, I'll be forced to destroy all of the data and the medicine that you need. And you know what that would mean, don't you?
Where did the Ps4 code really point?
I decoded the message and went where it led me. To an underground floor of the Nice Japan building. They called it the Cathedral.
That's where we were.
The president, Miss Shigure, was waiting for me there. She complimented me on decoding the message and invited me to join NICE. That's probably why Bats 490 was being spread in the first place.
Tokiko did mention that.
We have been seeking high IQ individuals with the capability to decode it. The purpose was to recruit them into NICE.
Miss Shigure told me all sorts of things about NICE's ideals. And I was sick of the world at the time, so when they told me this world isn't real, I fell in love with NICE's beliefs right away. They told me to keep it all a secret.
You cannot tell anyone about the secret of the world.
The secret of the world, known by only a handful of people. I felt like I was special, just knowing I was one of the chosen few. That's why I didn't tell you the truth.
That explains why crazy cult lady didn't show me, but that still doesn't explain how she knows about the unit, Chen. Why'd you lie about the secret? Why'd you lie about the secret message in Bats 490?
I thought I just told you.
No, that's not what I meant. You deliberately lied about it pointing to Orignally Institute. You could have chosen not to say anything at all.
But if I didn't say anything, you would have taken me in, right? Then I'd get tortured and injected with the truth serum, and you'd force me to talk about the secret of the world. I lied because I didn't want that to happen.
Is that what he thinks the police do?
Well, he is still a kid.
Orignally Institute was the first place that popped into my head. I've been there lots. And I hated the director, Mr. Orignally. So I wanted to bug him a bit.
That's fair.
Thanks for telling me all this. It's going to be a huge help for the investigation.
No need to thank me. I owe you my life, Mr. Ryuki. And besides, I decided to be honest from now on.
I see.
I like the look on his face.
Yeah.
You know, I actually wanted to spell the show part of your name with the kanji for laughter. It was going to be spelled with the character for laughter and shine, like a shining smile. Because I wanted you to stay smiling forever.
You have a nice smile, Shoma. It fits your name perfectly.
My name?
Question mark?
Name. Wait, I remember something.
What is it?
When I was being kidnapped by the researchers, I met Terror in the warehouse.
What?
I couldn't see their face because they had a metal mask on, but I'm sure it was Terror. They said
Oh my fucking Jesus. The fuck is that mic quality, man? That was worse than mine from earlier. Muffled as all hell and the mic is stuck in his throat. Deep throwing the microphone over here. Points nut pony. PS-style ponies. Wait, what? Well, you get enough of those PlayStation Star points to buy like some money on the store? Wait, that's nice. Fuck. What DVD DLC are you gonna get?
Of course, that isn't my real name.
Jesus, that.
I'll tell you and only you my true name. Would you like to hear? My name is... Dahlia.
Dahlia. What the fuck are we gonna do with that? We don't know any Dahlia. Who the fuck is Dahlia? By the time we get off of the factory, it was already bright out. The sun is rising to the east. As brightly diffusing through the white haze covering the city that had gallon the cold night. Excuse me. The other IE pack? Nice. Then you have them both? Go for the Neo DLCs?
Welcome back, Shoma.
Dad.
Dad.
I'm home. And thank you.
Hmm?
You risked your life to protect me, right? So...
Shoma, I'm so sorry. Until now, I've always been thinking about what's best for me. I always said I was doing things for you, but I was just being selfish. I've caused so much trouble. At work and for you. Your mother and sister, too. But I'm done being selfish. I can't put you through any more pain. I'm going to quit comedy.
Whoa.
A normal, regular office
He's
job.
done being a comedian?
What?
I like your comedy, Dad. I like you as a comedian.
Shoma.
I don't care if kids make fun of me at school anymore. I won't let them say you're uncool. You're trying to help people with your jokes, right? It's just like when you protected me. You put your heart and soul into it so you can make people laugh and make this world a happier place. And I think that's the coolest thing ever. So, I don't want you to quit being a comedian, no matter what.
What a wholesome father-son moment.
Is that?
Dad, you dropped this at the warehouse district, didn't you? That's where I picked it up. And when I went to the police earlier, I borrowed some tape and fixed it. Congratulations,
He's
Dad.
wearing it.
You won the Best Dad in the World Championship. It's a landslide victory! You try so hard as a comedian, and it's kinda lame, but you're so cool at the same time. You drink too much, have nose hair sticking out, and wipe your face with hand towels. But you're my super dumb funny dad, and I'm proud to be your son.
Boy, that's one spectacular prize. A landslide victory for me, huh? Thanks a bunch, Shoma.
By the way, Dad, there's one favor I want to ask.
Question mark?
God of energy,
He's getting his own private comedy show.
God of laughter, lucky, happy, Pachaka Max! God of apology! Sorry,
And he's actually laughing. Paw.
God of seasons, warm, hot, chill, cold. God of shyness. Oh no, please, not the spotlight.
Ryuki, you should get to the hospital soon.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
The case isn't solved yet either.
Yeah, I know.
What a wholesome ending for these two.
I want to watch them a little bit longer.
Da, da, da. Da, da, da.
They have a lot of issues to work out, don't they?
Yeah, but I'm sure they'll be fine.
Yeah, they got a pretty
As long as
happy
they have
ending.
smiles, their world will be saved.
Hey, Choma, what did you think of that joke?
It was great, Dad. You really are the best comedian in the world.
We did it! Tap, 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 tap. Finish it once. Yeah, at least we got a nice ending. That's the first one. A nice, happy, wholesome one. And not one where everyone fucking dies. No one died in this one. And we get Shoma reunited with his dad. And now best buds again. Nice. Komeji and Shoma route end. Nice. That was a good route. Nice, wholesome route. Now, where are we gonna have to go back in the timeline? The case isn't closed yet, and there are many mysteries remaining. Through the HB case, Tara's objectives, each of the main characters. In the scheme, the story branches at the SOMNIUM. From the follow chat, check the SOMNIUM and find a different route hidden in the dream world. Magically, SOMNIUM you can select it as an unlimited sync. No time limit. Oh. Yes, can we zoom out? Where the hell are we here? So there's two different routes we could go. We could go back to the very beginning and then go down this route. I don't know if we should do that yet. I think we'll just go back here for now. And then go down this route. Who's this? Is this the dad? There's 5 hidden fucking eyeballs in this? Jesus. Wait, hold on. How many hidden eyeballs is there in this? 5, but I only got 2. There is 5 hidden eyeballs in that tiny area? In the tiny house? Jesus Christ. I don't know if I should have done that yet. But I want to see what new costumes we got. Wish I could look at it without having to buy it. Oh, it's that toy that jump scared us. Let's get this, why not?
Come on.
It's her sitting on the robot. Yeah, well then, what happens if we load game? Where's it gonna put me? Wait, no, wait. This was the wrong save to load. This is the manual save. I needed to load the autosave.
As yet unrevealed.
Nope, stop. Get me out of here. Wrong save. There you go. Here we go. Perfect. Alright, so what did we do here? Oh yeah, right, we went... Oh god, now this is probably gonna go down a... This was the happy route, now we're probably gonna go down a bad route. The evil route. Wait for English. Yeah, because we went down the route where he finds his son. I don't even remember what the other route is. I guess we're about to find out. Here we go. Back into the people trip world.
Super stand-up battle! Can Tama win for a 5th week in a row and take the seat of Grand Champion? Stand-up show veteran, Tama! Hey yo, I'm Tama!
What is this?
They say giving birth is extremely painful and men can't handle the pain. One day, the genius scientist created a device that could share the pain of giving birth with the father. His first test subject was his wife. His wife was about to give birth, so he decided to try out the device. But for some reason, he felt no pain. Something wrong with the equipment? He upped the power to 10%, then 20%, until he reached 100%, right when she gave birth. And right after that, his assistant right next to him dropped dead from pain. Tama, 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 hey! Well, what's the result?
Perfect. We don't need to see all this again. We just need to go down the other route now. Speed run. Oh, what do you want, Tamaguchi? It is whatever that is. Not for amateurs, can't breathe. We got new stuff in the file too. Arrow. That's what they look like? We don't even know what they look like yet, do we? Spam starts with a HB case, wears an iron mask. You know, I don't think we've ever seen them before. There's only 3 people we haven't encountered yet. Dahlia. Dahlia the Terror was referring to the flower. It's unknown why they said that. The Dahlia flower. Wait, no, go back. That's hard to see, but there was something new in the manual too. There's only one tutorial we haven't encountered yet. A manual, I guess.
He's got a good amount of fans.
Rank odd. We never did that. You know what? Why not? Let's try.
Let's get someone up here. Let's see. You there! Oh, you don't want to? Why not? You think I'm gonna make you participate in a lame skit? It's not lame. It's super funny.
That's right! Maybe we should let him perform one of his super funny gags.
You sure you're not just saying that because you want to see it?
Thanks for the 20 eyeballs.
Well, hello, hello.
Which one was even the correct answer now? Now I'm not sure. I think it was quiz, right?
Let's turn our square head circle. It's quiz time. Who is the comedian who's good at super funny?
That wasn't quiz.
Oh.
It was super funny gag.
Oh, well.
Whoa! I mean, why not? We haven't seen it yet. Why'd you come to Japan?
This is a different show, Ryuki.
Hey, why
What?
did you come to this rundown amusement park? You came from overseas, right? Where? Egypt? Ooh, that's really far. You came all the way from Egypt, too. Are you sure you want to be here? What's so special about this unremarkable amusement park? What? I'm even less remarkable. Why
Whoa.
would you say that? If you're mean like that, I'm not gonna give you an autograph. You okay with that? Are you sure?
Gonna give him a beating instead. For being rude.
What were you expecting from this queue anyway?
Good question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Autograph. Here we go. Time to go down the other path. What does Komeji want to protect? His son. What does Kojime want the most? Money? Fame?
Komeji became a co-signee and took on someone's debt.
What an idiot. Of course they'd take off on him.
But hey, now we know how to trigger
Oh, I
these
see.
flashbacks.
Yeah. the
He
key
thought it was an
has to lead to
autograph,
the
but
memory
instead
of
he
his
signed
past.
something.
All right, let's keep going.
He's on the move again.
Ryuki, you have 5 minutes left.
I think there's only
They
one answer to
actually
this.
sell balloon?
Fly with the balloons. I want to see what that does too.
Excuse me, I want enough balloons to fly. How many would I need? What? I can't fly? Wow. Well, duh. What's with that cue?
Yeah, director, you dropped the ball on that one.
Excuse me, assistant
Don't look at me.
director.
You can't fly. You need to think more logically.
It's fine. This is a Somnium. You're the one who's always telling me to think outside the box.
They actually...
Inflate the balloon. Welcome
Anyway,
back
they're
up.
gonna let me make a balloon today. So, can I give it a shot?
Boom. Already seen all of this. That must have been one long piss then.
Hello, what is it? Do you need something from me?
Hello, this is Chow Chow.
Prepare the money. Now here we go. This is where we go down the new route. Time to go down another timeline.
Okay. Just need to get some money ready, and those Yakuza guys I met at one of my shows, they said they had a good paying job for me. I guess I'll just have to take a chance on that.
Now you need to piss now, Idol. Have fun with the pissing. Decide to prepare the money. What is Komeji's secret job?
Let's go.
Right, now it's all new from here. We need help. What I need to help Shoma is da 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 da. Even if I have to da da da, whatever happens to me da da da.
4 minutes now.
Where'd he go? I went to the gate.
It's a shooting game. I can't picture Komeji playing this.
Try it. Something funny. Find someone good at the game. Try it.
I don't even play games. Well, I guess it's like a shooting game at a carnival. Here I go. Oh, I'm not a target?
What the fuck? No, you're supposed to use the controller.
He won't play.
Maybe he won't do it himself.
Well, in that case...
Even if I have to break the law. What?
A shooting game.
Find someone good at games. Yeah, it's okay.
What? You want me to play this? Oh, I'm not good at this. Hey there, you look like a shooter. Why don't you give it a shot? This is the goods. I'm gonna take the pay. Don't worry, it's untraceable. Thank you.
Well, he gave him a gun? A comedian got caught up in the black market. Get caught up in the black market. What is something important?
Oh no.
Andy's Komeji was selling firearms?
That's why he had a gun.
Komeji is gone.
What? He's over there.
Why was that so close to the microphone? What? I need to help show him his money. Da 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 da. Even if I have to break the law, whatever happens to me, da da da.
You have 3 minutes left, Ryuki. Focus.
Komeji is trying to get on an airplane.
His expression is so...
Is he trying to leave the country?
Tama, get in position to show Komeji a cue card.
Jump off. Call out to people nearby. One more round. Jump off? I mean, that's only 25. Jump off.
You want me to get off head first? What kind of joke is that? Is that funny? Like Daedalus and Nocrates' son, I don't got no wax wings. I'll tell you, that one would be pretty nasty. You might even say, Icarus?
Wow. Good one. There's money, money, money.
You only have 2 minutes. Hurry, Ryuki.
Yeah, relax, boss. One more round. One more round?
What? Another?
What do you want me to say? If you quit now, your debt's only gonna get bigger.
Why? I gave you all your money.
You're nowhere close. Going round and round again, Komeji. You're stuck doing laps for us just like this plane ride.
Komeji had a hard time getting away from these shady characters.
I'm guessing he could only pay off the interest.
Crap! I forgot my bow tie.
Not the bow tie.
Where's he going?
What is this? Oh no. If I have this, this is my ticket out of here. This is victory. This is my gold medal.
What did Komeji find?
I'm going after him.
Money, 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 money. So I think this is the last one too, right?
What?
Is this?
Take play. Controller dying. Signature Leo stream. Inspect, take, or play. Take it. Yoink it. It's ours now.
If I take this with me, they'll have to pay me. There's no way they want this getting found. And it'll fit perfectly in my suitcase.
You found their dirty secrets?
It's just sitting there, practically begging me to take it. If I take this, I can escape this life. This is my chance to finally get ahead. I can't go back now.
Jesus. Flashbang.
Komeji took something home in his suitcase. I'm guessing he was going to blackmail someone.
But what could it be?
Well...
What the fuck? Ain't nowhere Minecraft looking at. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know why he has a square Minecraft head. My first question too when we saw him. Found something important. I don't have no way in April. Gotta fix that. Was a hello boss. The God Gamer has arrived. How's the AYAYA going? It's going great. My house with T is Ryuki chapter 3. What? Yo, boss.
Mr. Komeji, I've taken a look inside your mind. You've been involved in gun trafficking, haven't you? There are other things I'd like to ask you about. May I have a minute of your time?
But yeah, it's going great. Yeah, we just finished it. Well, we just got our first ending. Yeah, we just got our first ending here, which was pretty nice. It was really happy and wholesome. Had a really wholesome father-son ending. Father and son getting reunited. And becoming best buds again. Yeah, it was a really nice ending. And yeah, that was our first ending. So right now, we went back in the timeline and yeah, now we're going down this other route here. That we just started on. Exactly. But that it was the definition of a feel strong man ending. It sure was. It was so emotional, man. They finally got back together. They finally started talking again. And he doesn't hate his dad anymore. This is such a nice ending, man. It was so fucking good. Now I'm really scared though. Now I'm scared that everyone's gonna fucking die in this one. Like this other timeline that we're about to go down. I'm scared everyone's gonna... I'm scared this is like a really dark timeline where everyone's gonna die now. And father and son is not gonna be reunited, but I guess we'll see what happens. Ain't no way, squarehead. Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. Hold on.
Take your time. I'll be gentle.
Tama, what have you been into lately?
I'm always into you, Ryuki. Physically.
Oh. Hold on. Scenes available.
I will wear anything. I don't mind taking it off either.
Wait, hold on. If I
Meow meow.
If I give you the cat ears, are you gonna have that in the cutscenes? Oh, what? How's it gonna look like? Costume is cheap and it is increasing classes, but customers are now available for piercing to see. Inspect closer. Oh. Wait, it didn't. Wait, why are we doing the aware? What is happening?
Hey, caught you staring.
What? We're not staring at anything. Nope. Nope. We're not doing anything. But, anyways. But yes, what happens if I, if I keep the cat ears on her? Is it gonna show up the cutscenes? Is it only the ones you have cleared? Streaming it in the chest. Boo! But I wasn't doing that on purpose.
Purr.
I promise I wasn't doing that on purpose, okay? That was just coincidence that's where the center of the camera was. No cap or anything though, I promise. It was totally an accident that's where that's what the center of the camera happened to be. Around the chest area. That was just pure coincidence. I didn't do that on purpose or anything. Nope. I would never. I mean, what do you think of me? I would never do something like that. Can you tell me about you? What? I was just here.
Worried about school?
I live in a society.
Not so. Worried about work?
That's right.
Is it all mental?
I want more energy.
Half for one, we are full-time heroes.
What?
Everyone, say it with me. 1, 2, 3.
I don't know who's gonna get that reference.
What is that a reference to?
Look it up.
Yep.
Tama, let's talk about something normal for once.
Oh, so vanilla kinks then? Sure, we can talk about that.
What? I think I should get out of here. I think I should leave before I get banned. What should I do to relax? Line draw yoga. I just think there are way too many types of yoga. I agree. Alright, back to the square head guy. It's a doll. I can't even connect my computer. It's a pipe. A surveillance camera. He looks dejected. A stark contrast from how he was at Herder Institute. What's the connection between the gun trafficking and your dad? That gun you had for trafficking? ... What's the connection between the gun trafficking and your dad? ... What'd you find on the rooftop? ... What were you doing at Horodori Institute? ... How helpful you are.
Mr. Komeji, you're treading dangerous waters here. At this rate, Shoma could also be put in danger. Please, talk to me. For Shoma's sake. ...
Shoma, can you protect him?
You want me to protect Shoma?
As soon as I know he's safe, I'll tell you everything.
Yuta.
Ryuki, I have Shoma safely under custody. I'll put him on the line.
Dad!
Shoma, are you okay?
No! The cops came and put me in the car, and now they're driving me to the station.
I see.
What did you do, Dad? The police are after you now? I knew you were dumb, but not that dumb.
Whoa. Yeah, this is definitely not gonna be a wholesome father-son
I'll have
ending.
to fill you in later. I need to talk to your dad for now.
Okay. But...
Alright, Ryuki. I'll leave the rest to you.
Now, please continue, Komeji. Or do you prefer Mr. Enda?
Why do you have that gun?
About what you said earlier. I was involved with gangs and their gun trafficking operations. That's where I stole the gun I had.
How the fuck?
I was knee-deep in some dangerous business, and I thought I needed a way to protect myself.
Oh, is my controller charging? It is. Yes. About your debt.
Yes, I've racked up a huge amount of debt. I've been getting hounded by collectors. Eventually, they started threatening me with this.
Listen, Andy's Komeji. Your dear little boy is in elementary school, isn't he? If
you don't pay the money you owe in 1 month, we're taking him and selling him overseas.
Jesus.
Am I clear?
I couldn't talk to the police. You're right.
Human
Gangsters
trafficking.
selling guns and I was an accomplice. It was all for money, but I've always wanted to cut ties with that lot. But I couldn't do it. I had no other way to pay back the money I owed. The money I make as a comedian is just a drop in the bucket.
What are you doing at Horodori Institute?
Well, the thing on the rooftop of Misatan. You know about it, don't you?
Yes.
Oh.
You walked away with it in your suitcase. It was so you could blackmail someone.
That's right.
Is this related to Horodori Institute somehow?
Mr. Ryuki, please take a look at this.
What's up? What do you got? Text conversation. Come to a Horodori Institute of Genetics. If you give it back, you'll be rewarded.
A message.
Look at the sender.
Yeah. A message from Terror. Komeji, what's going on here? Why do you have a Nile message from a serial killer?
That thing I found
Very
belonged
good question.
to Terror. That's what he was talking about in the message.
Are you saying you tried to blackmail Terror?
I guess so. Anyway, that's why I
Blackmailing a
went to
serial
Horodori
killer.
Institute. The
Goddamn.
entrance was already open by the time I got there. But there was no one inside, as you know. I had no choice but to wait there. And then you showed up.
What is the it in the Nile message?
Do you still intend to hide things from me?
I'll just go look in your brain again if you are.
Mr. Komeji, I'll ask you one more time. What is this thing that's so important to Terror? Fine. I'll ask a different question. Where is it now?
Man ain't talking.
Will you bring me with you? If you do, I'll tell you.
Yeah, let's go then. As long as you don't betray me. It's in your house.
Mr. Komeji, isn't this...
Yes, it's my home.
This makes so much sense that it's actually confusing.
Yeah, it's kind of anticlimactic. So, where can I find
Yeah, I thought he would have hit it somewhere else.
Ah, right. Where was it?
Does the robot have it?
Old. I'm having trouble remembering.
Of course you
Mr.
are.
Komeji, please. You can't tell me that after bringing me all the way here.
I know, but what am I supposed to do if I can't remember?
We have no choice, Ryuki.
Beat him up till he
Let's
remembers.
just start looking around.
Kick his ass. Maybe without jock his memory.
Ryuki, shall we play hit and cover rock, paper, scissors?
What are you talking about? We don't have time for that.
Doesn't look relevant. Then the bird? Doesn't seem relevant. I bet it's in the robot. This is what I'm looking for. Well, it's surprisingly not in the robot. Where is it?
Please give me a minute. I'm trying my hardest to remember.
Yeah, put that square head to good use, okay? Wouldn't want it to get hurt, would you know?
Maybe this?
You think this is what Terror was after?
Lucky laugh.
Nothing here.
There's something like seaweed on the ground, though.
I
What?
don't think that's relevant right now.
Nothing really stands out.
The closet.
There are only futons inside. I doubt Terror had an interest in this.
After we checked the room from end to end, but we didn't find anything that might be what we're looking for.
Mr. Komeji, are you really sure it's here?
Yes, it should be. How strange.
The robot ate it.
Ryuki, look at this.
I thought so.
What is he thinking?
I've had enough of this. If you're going to keep lying to me... Huh? Why are you all here?
Yeah, what the fuck? Hi. What's up, guys? Don't mind me, I'm just interrogating his dad. Trying to find this one really, really important thing in the case. You guys picked a bad time to come home and hang out.
Ryuki, you left Shoma at Abyss HQ, didn't you?
How awful of you to leave him all by himself.
Miss Iris, Miss Mame, and I were having dinner at Yurakucho.
Then I got a Nile message from Shoma.
That's when we found out about the questioning.
We also found out Shoma was in police custody.
This is bad. It's a super mega big deal. That's what we all were thinking, so we headed over.
But he was done being questioned by the time we arrived.
That is why we decided to bring him
But
here.
he was done. Why you didn't put him in police custody?
Shoma? Seems so.
What the fuck?
Shoma and Mizuki go to the same elementary school, so that's probably how they are all connected.
Give it up already, Dad! I already hated you for being unfunny, pathetic, and unpopular. And now you're a criminal too?
This is so unwholesome
Yeah,
compared to
they
the other
told me
ending we just got.
But it was all for you.
In the
Stop
other
making
timeline.
excuses. You did all that bad stuff, and you're still trying to fight back, lie, and trick your way out of it. I'm sick of it!
Shoma.
Dad, you should just die already!
Whoa! Too far, man. Tut tut tut.
What?
What is it?
Big mistake. I'll give you one more chance. Come to Davitia alone. Big mistake.
This could be an opportunity, Ryuki. If we go to Davitia, maybe we can catch Terror.
Mr. Komeji, we'll put our search aside for now. I'm going to Davitia, alone. I can't bring you along on a hunt for a dangerous criminal.
No, you can't. Terror will run if you show up. I need to get his guard down first. You should hide somewhere. And once he shows up...
What if you sell me out, though?
Are you sure?
I don't know if I can
Yes.
trust you.
I'll be the bait. This is the least I can do after what I've done.
To the limousine. Dimitri inside the city alone. Oh, he did. He's at a video call on his smartphone. I hid outside watching the video and waiting for something to happen. But no matter how long I waited, it didn't seem like Tara would show up. I'm sure I ran out of patience and walked into the studio. Hello? What's he doing? Squarehead, man. It's that video. Cursed. Uncle Christ. And he's out cold.
Ryuki, are you okay, Mr. Ryuki?
At least he didn't go. At least he didn't completely trip like last time.
What?
That's
What
speaking Chinese.
happened?
Oh, good. You're okay.
I don't think I'm injured. Why are you here?
We will explain later. First, can you tell us what happened here?
I don't know. I started seeing things. Then I lost consciousness.
Didn't she record it?
Phew. I managed to come back.
Oh, she also shut down.
Tama.
After you lost consciousness, you were attacked from behind. A high voltage current was delivered to your back. You were short-circuited. I wasn't able to use any of my functions. But, as you can see, I was able to bring myself back online thanks to my self-repair program.
Did Terra do this?
I don't know. I didn't see the attacker. I don't know anything after you lost control of your bladder.
What?
You mean lost consciousness?
Yeah, whatever.
Bladder? What, you mean he started pissing everywhere?
Where's Komeji?
I don't see him here.
No. Don't tell me he got murdered. Oh, is he in the body bag? Oh god. Well,
No.
rip, he's fucking dead.
Mr. Komeji, why?
I told you someone was gonna die. This is the exact opposite of wholesome. Unlike the other ending. Well, hope you're happy, kid. You said you wanted him to die. Well, hope you're happy now. Yeah, Monka W indeed. He's fucking dead. The dad is dead.
Ryuki, you should talk to the others first. It's the right half of Komeji's body. I think it's safe to say Terror is the culprit. Ryuki, let's talk to everyone before checking the body.
Wink
I
sync.
can't wink sync now. Not enough battery.
Oh. Shoma?
What can you even say in a situation like this? How could this have happened?
It's the first one that found the body too. Are you okay?
Of course he's not okay. Komeji was his father.
Did you see anyone? Standing there completely stunned. Are you okay?
I guess so.
Why are you here?
I figured that something was up with you guys at Shoma's house earlier. I heard you were talking about Terror and going to nirvanA, so I got worried and came over. Oh, but we did not come here right away. We first discussed whether we should track you down. I think it was about 2.5 hours after you left that we decided. We thought we should just come straight here and...
It's 11:30 p.m. now, by the way.
Thanks. Do you see anyone?
No. I didn't see anyone until we got inside the studio.
Just a tense look in her face. You the ones that helped me?
That is a bit of an exaggeration. We simply untied the rope that bound you.
What? We would tie it up too?
Must be that one over there.
Oh, I didn't even see
I
that.
was tied up with that?
Yeah, your hands and feet were tied really tight. When we arrived, we found you on the ground in that state. So, Kizzy and I untied the rope.
How'd you get here?
Well...
Ah, there you are.
Oh my god, it's a fucking taxi driver. This is not the time, taxi driver.
The
receipt for your card payment.
This is a crime scene.
Thank you.
Someone just fucking died here. This isn't the time to deliver a taxi bill.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Someone's
What?
dead in a
I am
body
the
bag
humble
right there.
Taxi driver. I forgot to hand you the receipt earlier.
Jesus.
So you drove this for here?
Indeed, that is correct. I was always quite bad with machines, you see. I let others handle the TV, the music, and other such things. Oh, one time I wanted to listen to a CD, but I didn't know how to open the CD player, so I smashed it with my fist.
What?
Okay. Why are you telling me this?
That is just how terrible with machines I am. That is why I could not handle the card payment as smoothly as I would have liked. And while I was fumbling my way through the
Okay,
payment,
but this isn't the time. He said that the girl with the blue hair in the passenger seat ran out. What? So it was...
Mame did?
So she got out of the car first.
naturally, I was quite flustered by this rowdy display. And so I continued to fumble for 3, 4, no, perhaps even 5 minutes or so. I somehow managed to process the payment, but I was still quite bothered. I returned the credit card, but in my haste, I completely forgot to hand over the receipt.
Oh
what were the other 3 in the back seat doing during all that?
They were waiting the entire time. The card was Kizzy's, but she was sitting on the far left seat, so Shoma and I didn't get out.
Well, now that that's settled, I will be off. If you'll excuse me.
Goodbye, taxi driver. Who just happened to stumble onto a crime scene with that kind of body bag. Moo tie. Moo is fist. Fight and tie. Moo is fist fight and tie. See anyone?
By anyone, do you mean the culprit?
Well, anyone at all. Like any suspicious figures, maybe?
No, we did not see a single soul.
I see.
Mame went into the studio by herself?
Yes. Kizzy, Shoma, and I went into the studio together. Mame was already inside.
What is it, Ryuki? Does something bother you about that?
No, it's nothing.
She's trembling in fear. Man, I was gonna go something. She's shaking, holding her face in her hands. Mame? Oh my gosh, I already saw Kree's corpse. She was being shocked. She's in no state to talk. Yes, she is really shocked right now. Pretty bad. Hey, you okay?
She seems very shook up. We should let her be for now.
Did you see anyone?
I see. No one saw anything.
Got her face. She's seen some shit, man.
Tama,
Seen
have you
some
contacted
shit.
Abyss at HQ?
Way ahead of you. The investigation team should arrive soon. I've also arranged for a counselor. All 4 of them are in a really bad mental state.
Shoma?
Are you okay?
I don't think any of us is okay right now. Jesus.
Shoma, wait!
Don't just stand there, Ryuki. Go after him.
Right.
Monka W. He's sad, angry, he's everything. He's feeling every emotion at the same time. Poor kid. Wait, where did he go? Why am I in the limousine? Where'd the kid run off to? By the time I ran out of the studio, Sean was already gone. The other three must have decided to split up because they were scared in different directions. I thought it would be better to search a wide area and get in my car, but...
I don't see him anywhere. No response on his phone.
But why are we
His
driving on the
GPS is
fucking
off.
highway to look for him?
We have to find him after he stormed out like that. Who knows what he'll do in this state. Calm down, Ryuki. Think about where Shoma might go.
Where he might go. I got it. Shoma must be there.
Where? His home? No way his home. Oh, the Ferris wheel, probably. The Ferris wheel. Yeah. Yep, he's in fact here.
Shoma!
Well, no big deal. It's a Ferris wheel. He'll come back down if we just wait.
How awkward. Culprit escaped into a Ferris wheel. Gotta wait for it to come back down. Oh, well, he's not the culprit, but I want to talk to him. Well known, Ryuki chapter 4, R1. Still here at the Ferris wheel. Oh,
But
hi.
anyway, this is all a load of bull. Today is Valentine's Day.
What?
It's past midnight, so it's February 14th now.
Oh. But I don't really care about that right now.
How can you not care?
More importantly, Shoma was on the number 2 car, right?
Why do you ask?
Because
Yes, he definitely went in number 2.
I thought so. If that's the case, he should be back soon.
There it is. Is he still in that? Don't tell me he's just magically gone.
What?
Oh my god,
No.
he is magically gone. What the fuck? How is this possible? Dot. Even the narrator, what? Huh? How is she gone? Oh, how's this possible?
How? We checked every one of the cars, but I don't see Shoma anywhere.
We are living in a false world created by a program. Therefore, if we can rewrite its code, we can create miracles.
What? Are you telling me he teleported to a different realm?
Can't be.
He teleported
Can't
somewhere?
be. I know Shoma went on that car. I saw it with my own eyes. And yet...
Oh, we just imagined that he went in there? Oh no. The Matrix is breaking again. Bunker insane.
Don't tell me it's happening again.
Oh my god. This is so horrifying, the fucking sound. Bunker insane. The Matrix is breaking. Jeez. And then all of a sudden we're at the shrine. What the fuck happened, man? the Matrix started breaking, he started going insane, and now all of a sudden we're at the shrine. Everything's so nice and peaceful now. So you want to talk about what the fuck just happened?
Do you know about this place? I heard about it from Mr. Date. This shrine worships a
Wait,
fruit called the
is he
fruit
still
of
crazy?
immortality. If you eat it, you will gain eternal youth and
He
life.
still looks crazy.
Hey Ryuki, I'm gonna be honest with you. You're not well. Mentally, I mean. You haven't been for a long time now, and I think it's getting worse.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Somebody.
I'm fine. Coming to this shrine has calmed me down.
Coming here doesn't solve anything. Praying to a god or Buddha isn't going to heal your heart.
Please, Ryuki. ...
Okay then. You want me to go to the hospital? Before I do, let me ask for one thing. Can you replay the scene from Studio Devita right now?
Ryuki.
I want to solve the HP case.
Oh my
no
god,
matter
he's definitely insane.
No, I have to solve it. For Komeji. Especially now that he's...
She really... Fine, I'll do it. But promise me that after the investigation you'll...
Yes, I'll go get checked out.
Promise, okay?
Yeah, I promise.
Now, close your eyes. Let's do this.
Oh boy.
So, what did you want to investigate here?
Something's been bothering me. You see that camera on the tripod that's tipped over? When we got here...
It wasn't like that.
Why did it fall over?
Could it have been terror?
But why?
I don't understand why, but it could only have been him.
No, that's not true. There's another person that could have tipped it over. When we regained consciousness, there were 4 people here. Iris, Kizuna, Mame, and Shoma. The first one to go into the studio was...
Amame. That's what Iris and Kizuna said. Are you suggesting Amame tipped over the camera?
It's entirely possible.
But why would she do that?
That's what I'm going to figure out.
Panic? Virtual reality activation. Yeah, I don't know, she panicked. She ran into it? This is used for some broadcast. He wasn't looking behind him, Mr. Squarehead. I wonder why he was. I don't have X-ray written right now. Yeah, only thermal vision.
It's the rope that had you in the tortoiseshell bondage position.
Tortoiseshell?
Oh.
No, that's not true.
Oh? Was it a crab tie?
No. No crabs, no tortoises, no shrimp, nothing. Anyway, look at the rope. There's a fake nail.
It matches what Amame had on.
There's like nail on the rope I was bound in, because she untied us. Camera's not tipped over.
The door on the east side.
The door we entered from. What's the estimated time of death?
Roughly an hour and a half ago. Based on the time the body was discovered, of course.
So roughly 10 p.m., February 13th. We woke up here around 11:30 p.m.
10. What about the kettle? I still think the kettle's not even here. Oh wait, it is. But it's on the ground this time. The true culprit.
The kettle is on the floor.
Must have fallen off the table.
I wonder how it fell.
Someone did a pile driver on it.
What?
Either that or it was bumped or something.
There's a kettle on the floor. Oh my god, it's actually important to the case.
There's a power cord on that table. I think it's for the electric kettle.
Probably means the kettle was here.
I think you might be right.
That one video was playing on the monitor.
This is where you lost consciousness. And me, right after. The door on the west side of the building is locked. I don't think we can open it from this side.
Are there any other exits?
The only other door is the door to the east, the one we entered from.
So, east and west. Just the 2 exits.
The two access, one on the east and the other on the west. The door on the west is locked.
It really isn't standing up.
Yeah.
Could it be the alcohol's fault?
What?
It happens all the time. Don't worry about it.
What are you talking
Just saying
about?
the camera was drunk. Oh my god, my eyes. Hot water.
The floor is wetter than my...
Please don't even say it.
Would you prefer the word moist?
Oh my
I
god.
think there was hot water in the kettle. It must have been in keep warm mode. That must have fell and...
Hot water spilled near the kettle. The kettle. Gonna give away the true identity of the culprit.
Footprints from the water. Saying that it's still warm, the prints couldn't be more than a few minutes old by the time this data was gathered.
So right before we regained consciousness?
Yeah.
Can you tell me whose prints they are?
Judging from the shape and size, absolutely Amame's.
What?
The prints lead to the door over there.
The door on the west side.
But that's locked. How? What was she doing? There's no way she's the culprit. There's no way she had enough time to tie us up and then do everything. In 5 minutes. No, I refuse to believe. Oh, she's just really fast. Fast and effective.
Okay. It looks like we're pretty much done investigating here. I think I can make one conclusion.
Oh? Care to share what that is?
First, think about what Mame did when she first entered the studio.
Where did Mame first go? Untied us?
Judging from the trail, I think she came to me first. She couldn't have come to me after stepping in the warm water, because if she did, it would have left prints. So the first thing she did must have been to try to untie me. That's when a bit of her nail broke and stuck to the rope. But then, something happened that stopped her.
Something?
I'll tell you later. Anyway, she stopped trying to untie me.
Where did she go from there?
What scared her? The camera? Camera flying over? Where'd she go? Huh?
Here. Mame must have been in a hurry. She tipped over the camera by accident.
And then what?
And then she knocked over the kettle.
She came here next. Mame ran into the table, which caused the kettle to fall, and the hot water spilled on the floor.
And then?
Then she ran to the locked door, I guess. No way she could have gone through it, though.
Well, if we trace her footprints, they stopped right in front of the western door.
Yeah, they know.
But the door was locked and it didn't open, so she couldn't get out. And then... Tama, do you have any ideas why Mame stopped trying to untie me?
Mm-hmm, I sure do. But continue. I want to hear what you're thinking.
Okay, here's my answer. It's simple, actually.
Yeah, it was she couldn't
Mame
untie
saw
us.
Terror enter the studio. While she was untying me, Terror came across the scene. They ran over to her to try to take her out. That's why the body was left in such an unnatural position.
I see. We're on the same page. There are still some question marks, but... Well, putting that thread aside for now, shall we get started?
Start what?
Filming, duh.
Again?
You got a problem? So, are you ready?
No.
Okay, here we go.
I said no.
Ready? Action!
Jesus.
I'm going to cast you as Amame. Recreate her movements. Let's start with when she first ran into the studio.
Her first move was...
What? Oh no! Mr. Ryuki is tied up! You're a really shitty actor.
Is that him doing the voice?
What did you expect?
Amazing.
Ryuki! Mr. Ryuki! Mr. Ryuki! Snap out of it! This is when her nail fell off.
Mame tried to untie the rope and...
Buddy back rolls in.
That's when Terror ran into her.
Since Terror is blocking the east door, she can't go that way. So she tried to run to the other door.
Okay, let's see your best performance.
God. Why do you make me do this?
Okay, go on, run away.
And then, run into the camera.
Not the Paul
Then
Kettle.
run into the table, and that drops the kettle, and... she discovers the west door is completely locked.
Nope. Hey, man. Let
You were
people
doing
run.
so well.
Monka run. Got a blast. Oh, crappy run. That works too.
Anyway, she was cornered
Her
and...
trying to blast out of the studio.
What happened after that? This is what I was trying to get at
Run.
earlier. And one more thing. When you asked Amame if she saw the culprit, she shook her head. Why did she lie?
I don't know, because she was in
Hey,
a
Tama,
shock.
you collected all the data in this studio, right? Including X-ray?
Yeah?
Oh, now I
That
can X-ray.
case.
The wondering why I didn't have it. Gave her behind the curtain this whole time.
I knew it.
What? Terror?
I think so.
So when we regained consciousness, they were in the studio?
That must be the case. Wait, you didn't notice, Tama? I thought you had X-ray vision.
I thought it was part of the set.
Oh, come on, man.
Anyway, they have a gun?
How does that look part of the
a
set?
50 caliber automatic handgun.
God damn.
Could do some real damage.
Nice as Desert Eagle.
This next bit is just speculation, but Terror headed to the western door and cornered Mame, but then must have heard footsteps coming from the other door. Iris, Kizuna, and Shoma. Of course, Terror probably had no idea who they were. Terror must have said something like,
Don't tell them I'm here. If you do, I'll shoot you.
then they hid in the set, since their only escape route was cut off.
That's why Amame lied. She couldn't have said anything with Terror threatening her.
Probably.
Case closed. I'm on his actions.
What a shame. Terror was right there, but we couldn't get them.
There was nothing we could have done. Shoma was the top priority.
It's fucked up. How did she not
Anyway,
detect like an
there's
extra
only one thing we need to do.
body
Let's
or
find
whatever she
Mame.
calls it? Human life source.
She saw Terror in person. She's a key witness now. Maybe she has some information. Something about Terror we don't
It's
know.
unlucky. she didn't detect an
voice or
extra
how they
human
walk.
life source in there.
Hey, Tama.
Besides us
Where is
five.
Mame?
I don't know. Her smartphone is either off or somewhere with no
Oh
reception.
my god, no, don't tell me she's dead too now. I was trying to call Kisuna, Iris, and Jen to ask if they knew where Mame was. None of them pick up. Oh, that's even more ominous. Is everyone fucking dead now?
Hold on a second. What about your promise?
Fine, I'll get checked. And I want to talk to Shoma. He's at home now, right?
At least what Thomas said before came to the shrine. I have no idea how Shoma was able to get out of the Ferris wheel. I don't know if he's related to all this, but I had the strongest desire to find out.
So we have 3 objectives. Finding Amame, getting checked up at the hospital, and meeting with Shoma, right?
Yeah.
Fine, I'll tag along. Not to mention today is special for partners. Valentine's Day.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Anyway, let's get going.
Kamaguchi. How hot do you like your ramen? Softish. I like the hard ones. He likes the ramen hard. Oh wait, leveled up. Former CEO glasses, t-shirts, smart and cute. Yeah, they don't all the outfits that you put on them, they don't pop up in your first playthrough. It's only when you replay it that's when they show up. Sus. Wait, why are you giving me that sus look? What's up? Ain't nothing sus going on about here. We're not talking about Porno Max anymore. Likes ghosts, doubles, chimneys, fists, and souls. Just likes credit card transactions, anything high-tech smartphones. Puppies, multi-level marketing schemes. Skills, stalking, stakeout, taking the scenic route. Such a mess. See? No, don't give me that look. Ain't nothing sus going on about here. But yeah, of course we're still playing. The game's just getting started for real now. Since we got our first ending not too long ago. Which was really wholesome and nice. That's good. So it's just getting started for real now. And right now we're going down a not so wholesome path because someone just fucking died. Yeah, this is a taxi driver. Taxi driver that just casually wandered into a crime scene with a dead corpse in a body bag just so he could deliver the receipt. Private taxi driver has an accent, limits get regularly Chris's service, and often gives rise to the talents. He's very knowledgeable about them. But a Dead Island 2 is getting good. Nice. It's really good to hear. It's finally starting to get good for you. Getting more into it now, that's good. Pile driver. Pro wrestling maneuver. It is performed by sticking the head of your hunched over opponent between your legs, lifting them up so they're upside down. In this position, you fall backwards on your butt, and the opponent's head is slammed into the ground. You're at the beach now. Like, the game is not open world, is it? It's just like a bunch of somewhat big areas. There are many bondage positions which reference sea life. How strange. No. Ah, yeah. It's just a bunch of areas. Can you go between them whenever you want to? How the first game is played? I don't remember that. That's so long ago. Yeah, that's nice at least. Yeah, that's a nice way of doing it. Valentine's Day. You're on Venice Beach right now. He's playing GTA Zombies. Okay, let's go to the hospital. You done next time you play it? Nice. But you might get it done today. Yeah, it's surprisingly long. It's surprisingly long, A4 remake. With loads of stuff. And also, oh god, not again. More current saying, Doctor, please help me. I'm seeing text on the walls.
I'm glad we had an open room for you. It's quiet here. You should be able to relax and focus on your treatment.
It's that nurse.
Oh, you don't have to worry about the paperwork for your stay here. We'll handle everything.
Hold on. My stay here? What are you talking about?
You don't remember?
Remember what?
This is troubling.
That's a bad. Oh, is that part of the game, that music? Or that sound? There it is. Oh, it would have been short. Yeah, I thought the same thing when I played it, but my, it's surprisingly long because there's a surprisingly amount of stuff you do and explore. And it's easy to spend a long time at the shooting range. Easy to get distracted there, surprisingly. I actually didn't think I would like the shooting range in the remake. Thought it would just be kind of meh, but man, they did a good job with the shooting range. You're just standing here.
Doctor, you shouldn't. You shouldn't be doing this at the hospital.
What? Huh?
Put your ball away.
What is happening?
No playing Kusemon Go in the hospital.
Kusemon Go, eh? I see. Hey man, let the doctor be. He's trying to build up his Pokédex. Kusemon Go. Who are you?
My name is Hanayo Nasu. I'm a nurse at this hospital. I used to go by a different name.
You got married?
No, the opposite. I got a divorce.
Oh.
So I'm going back to my maiden name.
Yeah. Oh, it's the same nurse from the from the first game. They at the hospital.
Mr. Ryuki, do you remember getting a checkup? I'm sure the doctor would have told you everything.
No, I have no idea.
I see. Then I'm afraid I'll have to be the bearer of bad news. Mr. Ryuki, you have what we call cognitive dysfunction. Sometimes you'll forget what time it is or where you are, even lose track of the people around you. It's all part of your condition. In addition to that, we believe that you have a short-term memory disorder.
Not a very good combo.
Is this true?
Yes, it is.
This is difficult for me to say, but your condition is very serious. We need to begin treatment immediately.
Yeah. Just aware, or I don't remember. Too real.
I'm going to get the files.
Who even are these people around me? What time even is it? Oh.
I'll be right back, so please
Okay.
wait here. Excuse me.
Are we gonna leave?
Okay, I went to the hospital like I promised. Now let's get going, Tama.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god, her face.
That nurse told you that you need to stay here.
I don't have time for that. I need to solve this case. Please, Tama. Just 3 more days.
I refuse.
Fine, just 1 day. 24 hours is all I ask. Please let me do this. Please. I'll give you some chocolate later.
Are you joking? You know I can't eat chocolate.
No, I mean like emotional chocolate.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ah, fine. But you're only getting 24 hours. Not a second longer.
Thanks, Tama.
Exactly where am I? Well, how did I get here? Who are you people? Where am I? Not the best thing to have as a detective. Marble. We heading back to Mama? Apple. Mama.
Welcome. We aren't open yet, though.
What? What are you doing?
I've got something for you, Ryuki.
Oh my god, why are you winking at me?
What?
I pressed it.
It's hard, and it'll leave a mess all over your hands.
I know exactly what Mom was talking about.
It's chocolate.
That's what I was going to say.
It's Valentine's Day. I wanted all my customers to get some.
People wing. Oh god, why are you looking at me like that, Mama? This music. Theater. Vicious Books. The Spine says the best eat in the spirit world.
I like getting into holes, if you know what I mean.
What are you talking about?
Oh, don't make me say it.
You mean?
Spelunking.
That
course.
has nothing to do with the bar counter.
Ryuki, want to see a video of balls getting hit with a hard stick?
Ooh, I'm curious.
It's just billiards.
Gotcha. Pass. Ugh. That's this whole area. And Mama, too. Oh. This is like a gachi bar. Yes, Billy approved. Yes. Let's see. I want to see it. It was Mama. Menu.
Special pinchos, huh?
I'd like to taste your pinchos too.
Oh my god. Mama? I'm on the clock, Mama, no doubt.
Hand warmer trader?
It's about 4 boys who go on a journey with a hand warmer that's holding a dangerous substance.
What? The balls. The balls. What did you get for me? Wait, hold on. Let me wink sync.
Oh, you want to know why there are 2 balls? This way, I have a spare if one stops working.
Sounds fair. That sounds reasonable. Inside the box is something hard. Play really too much and you'll be left with a mess on your hands. Hey, thanks for the chocolate.
Thanks for the chocolate. I appreciate it.
Don't thank me, honey. Just don't forget to get me something on White Day.
What do you want?
Well, you can return the favor.
Meaning?
Something hard that will leave a mess all over my hands.
Oh my god, Mama. You know where Mama is.
I don't follow. Did she get into trouble?
She may have come into contact
Yeah.
with Terra.
Oh, Billy approved. Oh, don't worry, Mama. I'll take you up from that offer. Give you a nice hard present. I'll leave a mess in your hands.
She
Got
might
it,
have
Mama.
valuable information.
Well, okay then. Let's ask the big milky balls.
Could you call them something else?
Oh, mighty balls, who has the softest, bounciest skin in all the land? That is Mama, of course. That's right. Oh, you know it.
Who gives a shit?
Whoa.
I agree.
Now, serious mode this time. Oh, Balls, the great and powerful, please find someone for me. Her name is Amame Doi. Where is she right now?
Oh.
You should go to the Nice Japan branch. You should gain some valuable information there.
Okay, thanks, Mama.
Thanks, that was helpful. The Nice Japan branch.
Are you going to take her seriously?
Not necessarily, but it won't hurt to check, right?
Mama's polishing her crystal balls. How about any information on the HB case?
Information, huh? Oh, I saw something online. There's this creepy video going around. Do you know about it?
Are you talking about the nirvanA trial?
The cursed video.
No, not that one. There's another one. It was released at midnight.
Oh, a new one?
It's called nirvanA X.
Oh no, we have not seen that.
That's right.
Ryuki, I looked it up. Once again, the original uploader is anonymous.
It's just like that QR video. I thought it might have something to do with the HB case.
Mama, did you watch the video?
Yeah, I have it saved on my smartphone. Wanna see?
No, Ryuki, don't do it. Something bad might happen again.
The ViewQ videos that have been released so far have not included anything that would use a subliminal effect, but that doesn't mean they're safe. There's a possibility that there was a special production technique that only works in people like Ryuki who have suffered some kind of trauma. The subliminal effect is a phenomenon in which a stimulus is given below the threshold of a human's perception, causing unconscious desires and emotions to arise in the person. Debated. What do you mean debated? You think she's gonna show us a different kind of video? Oh boy. You know, that's what I was thinking at least. That if we agreed to it, she would show us a gachi-like video or something. Watch nirvanA X. Hold on, can I well, let's read this and then do a quick save afterwards. Short-term memory loss. Memory disability that makes you forget what happened in the last few minutes to few days. I get this when I'm drunk sometimes. Disorientation. Disability that makes a person forget space, time, and people. I definitely get this when I'm drunk. And now let's make a quick save and then let's watch this nirvanA X video. If that is what she's gonna show, I don't know. I have an odd suspicion she might show us a different type of video. Let's see though. What you got for us, Mama?
Mama, please.
Ryuki!
Okay then. I'm going to stream it on the screen over there. It's probably better to watch it on a bigger screen.
Oh boy, here we go, Monka shake.
Okay.
What are you gonna show us, Mama?
Okay.
Clickety click.
Oh, she is actually showing it. Okay. This was her prime opportunity to show us. Yeah, you know. Something gachi-like. It's another cursed video, eh? Monka Christ. What the fuck is that guy? What? 20? Oh my god, this music. We cool? We're not insane? Dot.
What did I tell you? I warned you!
Huh? Oh no. Oh,
I think I'm okay.
Don't scare me like that.
Ah, and my Tumaguchi wants to talk. What munja topping do you like? Cheese. Better than that famous dog. Let's put in that famous dog. nirvanA X. Video from February 14th, likely related to the nirvanA initiative. There are two ciphers which seem to represent the time location of the plan. What? 21 51 12 200? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I really like that sound. Oh. But nirvanA X.
Judging by the name, it's gotta have something to do with the nirvanA initiative. The incidents at Shinjuku might be related too.
What incidents?
Well, one example is what happened with that rocket. Luckily, there weren't any casualties. Anyway, I think that was like a test run for the initiative, but we don't know anything for sure. Where the actual show will happen, who's behind it and why, we don't know any of the details.
We do have a clue as to when, though. The nirvanA X video. There were two codes on there. One of them was 215-1200. I think it's a date and a time.
February 15, 12 p.m.
Yeah, noon tomorrow.
The date and time when the nirvanA initiative will begin.
Oh?
There's not much time.
What about the letters?
Not sure about that one. The numbers represented a time and date, so I'm guessing those were for a location.
A location?
Cafe something?
We have a lot to think about now.
Let's get a move on.
Hang is hanging on the wall. Let's get a move on. You know what? I think this is some deja vu, but I think this might be the perfect time to end it for tonight. Last time we ended was also here in Mama's place. Only fitting we ended at Mama's place again tonight. I'm starting to get a bit tired. Let's say one last time. Just measure. There we go. Yeah. I think that does it for tonight for AI. Made a lot of progress though tonight. We got our first ending, which I'm really glad was a nice and wholesome one. And now we're going down a different timeline, which seems to be a quite the dark path we're going down. But yeah, tomorrow though, when we continue, we'll be heading to the nice Japan. Oh, we got lots of places to check out tomorrow. Yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow. More AI SOMNIUM files. On day 6 of AYAYA April.